an hour's drive north of the Italian capital lies the Leopard International Circuit Viterbo, as we welcome you to round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series for 2025. It is actually a week into springtime here in Central Europe, although you would not know that from the past few days. We've had torrential rain. It has been freezing cold, but today, a very strong breeze, but the sun is shining, the sky is blue, and the track is dry, and we are ready to race for the first of our 5 pre-finals here this morning, and then our 4 finals this afternoon to decide the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series champions. We will get underway in just a moment with the DD2 and DD2 Masters class. Len Nyes to start from pole position, a sensation in qualifying on Friday when Nicolas Pigot not only took pole position for DD2 Masters but was the fastest driver outright overall in the pouring rain, and the French veteran starts out of grid 2 this morning. There is the blue sky, the sun is shining north of the eternal city of Rome as we take a look at the grid for the first of our pre-finals here this morning. The Belgian on pole position, Len Nyes, Nicolas Pigot, the first of the Masters drivers out of grid 2. WK, that's Christensen, he was fastest qualifier on Friday. And Ranja Viras, the Estonian for Kartletics, out of 4. Mika van der Pavert, Will Elswood, Jakob Beschel, the 2019 Euro champion, Norris Dunnebergs, Frederick Zebes and Nicolas Guillaume, the second Belgian out of grid 10. Zenderu, that's the third Belgian, starting alongside Ben de Jabot, Dusan Radojevic, the South African, Ludwig Sabaran, Montreal Cup champion, and Fabio Creti, the third of the Masters drivers in the Haase kart, starting out of grid 15. This is Len Nyes for the Shepherds Racing team. William Christensen, 444 for the RS competition team. He was the fastest qualifier in the pouring rain on Friday. A 67-second lap time. Will be approximately almost 20 seconds faster than that this morning, thankfully, because you can see the track is drying. What a beautiful complex this is, built in 2006. The team here at Leopard International, VITERBO Circuit, have spent the best part of the last 12 months completely redesigning and reconstructing much of the facility here. It is a 1,300-metre lap host venue for round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series 2025. Great to have your company around the world, wherever you are watching us live, for the second Rotax European race of 2025. Superseding last year's Winter Cup held in Campillos in the south of Spain in the pouring rain. But a dry circuit awaits us here this morning. The first of our 5 pre-finals for DD2 and DD2 Masters. The DD2 drivers, numbered 400, Len Nyes, 417, William Christensen, 444, Nicolas Pigot, the first of the Masters drivers. You can see he's numbered 500 or above. Nicolas 517, Zenderu 535. Fabio Creti in the 595 Haase kart, the Italian at the back of the grid. Here at the Leopard International Circuit Viterbo. Over 15 laps, we race for the first time this morning. Pigot looks to his right, nothing the Frenchman can do, as the Belgian Len Nyes accelerates from pole position. And the Shepherds Racing Team Kart Republic leads the field up the hill for the first time. Len Nyes goes P1, Nicolas in P2, there's Christensen. The RS competition team, Ranja Viras, with a nice start, the Estonian, the former Grand Finals world champion, in P4 for the Kartletics team. Just clips the ripple strip on the back of Christensen as they come out of turn 9 for the first time, racing down the hill. Nyes from Pigot, Christensen, Ranja Viras, looking for Will Elswood. In 401, Jakob Beschel, 2019 European champion, up into P5, a nice start. The Czech driver who took a sensational victory at Cremona the first round of the Winter Series on February 16. Beschel comes across the line in P5 from van der Pavert, Frederick Zebes, 16-year-old Dane. Elswood back to 8, Zenderu goes on through in P9. Grand Finals champion in 2024, now racing in the Masters class. It is his second race in Masters. XDR in P9 outright, and Dunnebergs rounds out the 10 just ahead of Ben de Jabot. There's Len Nyes in P1, Nicolas Pigot P2, is the leading Masters driver, and he drives down the inside, goes P1 outright, goes in deep, tries to put Len Nyes in the grass. Nicholas Picol is racing DD2 Masters. He is leading the pre-final outright. Puts the Belgian Len Nyes back behind him. What a sensational performance all weekend by the French veteran. In the Tony Kart 517 across the line. Already pulls out 0.2 of a second. Frederick Zebisch climbing into the back of this pack. Has just gone fastest in the early stages of this race. A 54.938 for the Dane. Zebisch is in 4.56. There's the Dane going through for Stanpex Motorsport. Head of Ellswood, Daru, Dannebergs, Jabor, Nico Guillaume, the third Belgian, Sabaran, Radocevic, that's Toussaint, the South African, and Fabio Creti rounds out the field. Nicholas Picol, the DD2 Masters driver, leads outright here at VITERBO this morning, the first of our 5 pre-finals. The second round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series. Christensen, 444 in P4. Back to Beschel. You cast your mind back to that sensational final in the rain at Cremona. It was Jakob Beschel who won from Leon Mendel. Len Nyes on the podium, P3 on that occasion. Rania Vieras just closes in on the back of the Belgian who started from pole already. Trying to close in on the back of Len Nyes, who was third at Cremona with experience, much experience racing in the OK Direct Drive class as well. Back with us again in the Rotax Max Challenge, Euro Series and Winter Series. We look at Rania Vieras for the Kartletics team, 2019 Rotax Max Grand Finals champion. The 441 Birilat gets a nice run. He looks quick here this morning on the back of the Kart Republic, but it's the Tony Kart of Nicholas Picol who goes P1. The Tony Kart of Christensen for RS competition in P4. Rania Vieras looks racy here this morning. Len Nyes tries to get some momentum, but it's Nicholas Picol, Grand Finals champion in the Masters class last year. Incredibly experienced, almost 3 decades of experience in World Kart racing, including in KZ2, where he's won in the French Championships. He's won in the Grand Finals. And has raced with us in WSK and KZ2 as well. Now being caught by Len Nyes, who gets some momentum. They go into this incredible corner. This is the carousel, 270-degree turn. Banked 8 or 9 degrees, turning back on itself. Then the triple right-hander coming onto the start-finish straight as we start the second third of the first of our pre-finals here this morning. Christensen, Beschel going through, Mika van der Pavert, Jebus, Ellswood, Sabor, Zendaru back to 10. He's been passed by the Hungarian champion. Len Nyes to make a move imminently, you would think. The highest part of the circuit through the chicane up to turn 9. The leading trio in the Tony Kart, Kart Republic and Birilat. 1, 2, 3, Len Nyes down the inside. The Belgian goes on through. Here comes Rania Vieras. Follows him on through. Christensen, the second Tony Kart on the back of Nicholas Picol. He's racing outright. He's in his own race effectively because the second Masters driver is Zendaru, who's back in P10. Nicholas Picol wants to take the victory outright. Took some incredible heat victories in the heats in the rain. Pole position outright in the rain. A remarkable performance from the French veteran. Now runs P3, but it's Len Nyes back in P1, who started on pole position. Bende Jabor up into P9, almost into the 53s now. The Mojo tyres certainly up to temperature. We did use the Mojo slick for most of yesterday, a rain downpour yesterday afternoon in the final round of heats, and it was raining all of Friday. There was not a Mojo slick tyre used at all on Friday afternoon for qualifying the first of our 9 heats. But the sun is shining, the temperature is up to 13 degrees Celsius today. This is round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series. It is actually a week into springtime here in Central Europe. Even the flowers blooming on the magnificently manicured lawns on the infield of this Leopard International VITERBO circuit, deceptively undulating. This is turn 5, and then they race down the hill. The double left-hander, Len Nyes, pulls out 0.3 of a second over Rania Veres, who puts in a 54.2 though. The highest part of the circuit through the chicane, staying off the ripple strip for the moment. In the rain, they were smashing over the top of the concrete curbing. Len Nyes, P1, and a purple sector as well from Rania Veres. Kartletics. You need to check out Rania Veres' YouTube channel as well, the Kartletics YouTube channel. A fantastic, if somewhat controversial, video posted in the past few weeks of the greatest kart drivers of all time. Very well put together by Rania, who's got skill behind the camera, and he's starring on screen this morning, the former Grand Finals champion. P2 closing in on the back of Len Nyes, the gap 0.276. As we go into the second half of the first of our pre-finals here this morning, DD2 and DD2 Masters, round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series here at Leopard International Circuit Viterbo. We are about 1 hour's drive north of the Italian capital, slightly inland from the city, the port city of Civitavecchia on the Mediterranean Sea. Len Nyes, P1, and looking to start pole position for the final as well this afternoon to decide the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series champions for 2025. Slightly sideways coming onto the straight. Nicholas Pico very wide. Looked back behind him immediately. Incidentally, Len Nyes with a 54.171 goes purple, goes fastest, and pulls away slightly from the Estonian in second. Pico just looking back was Nicholas to see how far back WK was, and the 444 in P4 was a good 7 or 8 tenths of a second behind as Pico went very wide. Now they're starting to climb up over the ripple strip through the chicane, climbing up to turn 9. This is lap 10 of 15, the DD2 Pre-Final here this morning. Five laps to race. The gap is 0.3 of a second. 54.166 for Rania Veres. Ellswood going on through. Zenderu, SSC Racing Competition, the second Belgian. Second in the Masters class as well. Ahead of Nara Stanebergs. Ludovic Sabaran, 4.03 for KR Sport. One of 10 Canadian drivers in the field. Fantastic presence from the North Americans and some Central Americans here this weekend as well. Montreal Cup champion Sabaran, ahead of Nico Guillaume, the third Belgian. Radojevic, that's Dusan, the South African. And Fabio Creti in the Haase kart, the third Masters driver, rounds out the field. We start lap 12. It is still Len Nyes, Rania Veres. There is Pico. P3 pulls away from Christensen. Looks back over his left shoulder. Mika van der Paver, Beschel, Zebes, Jabo, Ellswood, Zenderu in P10. Second Masters Series race ever for XDR, who won the Grand Finals last year at Sano. There's the Belgian going on through, just ahead of Dunnebergs in the Birolard, Sabaran. That's Nico Guillaume for Stampex Motorsport, the Belgian for the Dutch team in the Card Republic, 4.16 Nico. They go through the infield into this incredible carousel corner, down into first gear, and then accelerating, trying to keep a very tight line and a very smooth line coming on to the straight. It's not the fastest circuit in Italy, it's not the fastest circuit in world karting. 15 corners, very technical and deceptively undulating. This is Leopard International Circuit Viterbo, the first of our 5 pre-finals this morning for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series 2025. The Belgian from the Estonian with Nico Pico from France in third place and the first of the Masters drivers. Pico in the background throwing that Tony kart over the ripple strip. He feels comfortable with it. the Racer 401T chassis, newly homologated for 2025. As Nice in the Cup Republic looks back over his shoulder into the bank carousel. And then the triple right-hander. Two laps now to race. Very wide line once again from Pico and Christensen, both in the Tony karts. That's Mika van der Paver. P5 for the Dutchman. Then Jakob Beschel, the 2019 European champion and the Cremona race winner from the Czech Republic. Len Nice to start from pole position for the final this afternoon. If he can hold on for another lap and a half, he comes down the hill into turn 11, into the hairpin, one of the best passing opportunities on the circuit. Rania Vidas stands on the four-wheel disc brakes on that barrel out into the carousel. Last lap next time round. A wider line from Len Nice, tighter from Rania Vidas. As the Belgian driver starts dit de laatste ronde in de eerste positie. P1 for the Belgian on this, the last lap of the race. The gap stays at 0.3 of a second. Rania Vidas will start grid 4 for the final unless he can get by Len Nice on this, the final lap of the race. Nico Pico in the background. What a superb performance. First of the Masters drivers, third outright as Len Nice clips the ripple strip going up the hill. Nico Pico to start on the outside front row of the grid for the final this afternoon. Nice looks back over his right shoulder. Back to Rania Vidas. Into the carousel for the final time. The Belgian started on pole position. He will win the pre-final this morning. He will start grid 1 for the final this afternoon for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series in DD2 here at Leopard International Circuit VITERBO. The checkered flag waves and the Belgian takes the victory. Virus, there's Pico, Christensen, Beschel, Jabot, Van der Paver, Frederick Jebers, Ellswood, XTR 10, Dannebergs, Ludovic Sabaran, Nico Guillaume, Dusan Radocevic crosses the line. And that is the Haase kart of the third Masters driver, Fabio Creti, who finishes in P15. Take a look at the highlights of the first pre-final here this morning for DD2. Len Nice from pole position, but it was Nicolas Pico leading in the Masters category and leading outright with a nice pass into the turn 11 hairpin. Led for the first third of the race as Rania Vidas raced on by to take William Christensen for P3, and then the move for P1. Len Nice and Rania Vidas following him on through. The Belgian from the Estonian, the Frenchman in third. Len Nice taking the victory, and with that the Belgian locks down pole position for the final this afternoon of DD2 and DD2 Masters here at Leopard International Circuit VITERBO. The Belgian from the Estonian and the Frenchman in third. Len Nice takes the victory. It's grid 1 for the final this afternoon. Rania Vidas, P2. Pico, Christensen, Jakob Beschel works his way back into contention. He's had a tough start in the rain here this weekend at VITERBO. Finishes P5 after winning at Cremona 6 weeks ago. Jabot, Van der Paver, Sebes, Ellswood, Zenderu, and Danneberg, Sabaran, Nico Guillaume, Radocevic, and the third Masters driver, Fabio Creti. We are underway here this morning, the first of our 5 pre-finals, and the grid is now set. Len Nice to start from pole position this afternoon for the DD2 final. And of course, we'll keep you up to date with the virtual championship as the race goes on to see who will take the title. It will change every lap, every time in sector, in fact. It changes the point score. Jakob Beschel, who won at Cremona, looking to take the victory in the series this afternoon. It's a wide open affair, but for the moment we concentrate on the on-track action. This is the mini pre-final. Tom Reed on pole position, Alfie Mayer out of grid 2 as the field come out onto the circuit. Alfie Ward, Leo Livings, the Ukrainian, Jeff Federbeke, the Belgian, Patrikas Yochis, Klaus Hans, Mark Quesada, Jen Otzler, the Turk, and Mikel Grantins out of grid 10. Oliver Spencer, the Cremona race winner, Andreas Cagliarap, Mario Roberto, the Italian, out of grid 13, Ryan Rampadarath, Alfie Garrett, and as Martins Lafins, Christian Abels, Francesco Cosco, the Canadian, and Lumi Pustanen out of grid 19. Maria Roberto, grid 13, the Union Jack beside her name. She's an Italian Brit. She was fastest in her group of qualifying at Cremona 6 weeks ago. She's had a tough start in her second home race. Different conditions here this morning because we raced largely on a wet track. Practice was saturated on Thursday, as was qualifying in the first round of heats on Friday. And then yesterday afternoon, the heavens opened once again, but the sun is shining, beautiful blue sky. It is springtime here in Central Europe. This is round 2 of the winter series. The temperature just 13 degrees Celsius though. It is Tom Reed from Lincolnshire in the King's England who starts on pole position in the Gillard TG17 chassis. 10 laps the distance for the Minimax drivers. Oliver Spencer taking victory at Cremona, also winning the pre-final and a heat victor as well. He took victory from Alfie Mayer, Alfie Garrett, Leo Livings just missing the podium. There's the Ukrainian 177, wearing the colours of the Ukrainian flag approximately. 177 KR Sport car. Jeff Verbeek just missed out on pole position on Friday by 0.002 of a second. It was Tom Reed who did take pole position with a 1:12.803, a 1:12.805 for Verbeek. But the Belgian will be a contender this afternoon. For the moment, he starts out of grid 5. Reed comes up to the line. We race the Minimax pre-final. And the two SFR Motorsport karts go side by side. It is Alfie Mayer around the outside who leads the field up the hill for the first time. Underway and a clean start for the moment as the field race into turn 5. Mayer in P1 in 1:59. Tom Reed back into second place in 1:10. There's Livings who's shot up into third place as they come out of turn 9 for the first time, racing down the hill in the Minimax pre-final. Looking for Oliver Spencer. He did not have a good run through the heats. He's made a good start though. Started out of grid 11, and there is the Brit coming on through as they exit the carousel through the triple right-hander for the first time, but it's the SFR Motorsport duo who crossed the line P1 and 2 here this morning. Mayer from Reed. Livings, that's Patrikas going up into third place. Fourth place, I should say. Third is Livings. Ward, and then Oliver Spencer, 1:42. The KR Sport Cosmic of the Englishman ahead of Mark Quesada, 1:04 for the MKC Motorsport team. The SFR duo, 1-2, Livings trying to catch them. The British-Ukrainian for the team from Silverstone in England in third place. The KR Sport drivers, third and fourth. Third and fifth, I should say. Third and sixth, I should say. Alfie Ward, similar colours. That's the MLC Motorsport kart. It is a Cosmic, not to be confused with the KR Sport kart of Leo Livings. It's the Gillard TG17 chassis that go 1-2. Mayer and Tom Reed. Spencer, there he is in P5. Make that P4. Oliver slips down the inside. Nicely done. He's got speed here in the dry here this morning after a tough run in the rain for the Cremona race winner looking to take out the title. Certainly is Oliver Spencer. It is certainly anybody's race here this afternoon. Oliver Spencer finishing second to Albert Friend in the corresponding Winter Cup in Campillos in the south of Spain in the pouring rain in 2024. Albert will not be a contender this afternoon in Minimax because the Strawberry Racing driver is on track in a moment, racing in Junior Max. Oliver Spencer second in the Winter Cup last year. Second also in last year's European Trophy to that same driver. Crash with Livings and the aforementioned Oliver just when we were speaking about them. Livings off into the grass. Stationary, we'll see if he can rejoin. Controversy here. Ward slips on by. Spencer is still on track in position 4. Livings has crossed the line in position 12. A question mark if there is damage to Leo Livings' kart. The Ukrainian with a good start up into P3. But controversial contact with Oliver Spencer on the third lap of the race has resigned the Ukrainian to coming across the line down in fact, position 14. He's sitting ahead of Ryan Rampardaraf, the Dutchman for SP Motorsport, behind Mario Roberto. The SFR Motorsport duo leading Alfimea in P1. He finished second at the first round of the championship, first round of the series at Cremona. To Spencer. Tom Reed just goes fastest. The pole sitter, the driver from Lincolnshire, behind his teammate. And it's Alfie Ward now, up into third place. Ward finishing P5 at Cremona. Now P3 here this morning in the pre-final. Living still stuck down in 14th position, but critically is still circulating and has got the second half of this Mini-Max pre-final to make up positions and start somewhere near the front of the grid for the final this afternoon. Mayer 159, Tom Reed 110, and back to Alfie Ward. Racing in the United Arab Emirates Rotax Max Challenge, where he's now based. That's Ward in 183 for the MLC Motorsport team, actually catching the leading duo. OTK cars 1, 2 and 3, but it's the Gillard TG17 chassis. First and second, similar or virtually identical setup to that used by Stepan Matzepin in WSK 60 Mini Racing. Not too many of the famous Gillards on track. The World Championship winning card, if we go back to Braga, Portugal 2005 with Ollie Oakes. New generation, new homologation. They run 1-2 here this morning, but they're both being caught by the MLC Motorsport Cosmic of Alfie Ward, the Emirati from the French Marc Quesada for the MKC Motorsport team, the team from Lago di Como, just south of the Swiss border. Working with former Rotax champion, former KZ2 and KZ1 World Cup champion, Bas Lemmers here with the Italian team. Jeff Verberge up into P5 now from Patrikas Yoches. Then it's Spencer back in 7. Mario Roberto, she's up into P8 now. Better run here this morning for the English-Italian driver. She's about to cross the line ahead of the young Turk Chernodzla, and Living's back into P10, so it looks as though the Ukrainian's kart is okay. He's ahead of Kellyara, Garrett, Grantins, Hans, Lapins, Tristan Abels, Ryan Rampardaraf. Falls back to 17th, Francesco Cosco, the Canadian, and Lumi Pustanen rounds out the field in the 102 Beryl Art. The gap just 0.4 of a second. You can see it's barely 4 kart lengths between the Emirati Alfie Ward and Tom Reed. Alfie Mayer still continues to lead. Into the carousel, a passing opportunity coming up between the two SFR Motorsport teammates. Slightly wide from Mayer that time in 159. Alfie Ward is right there. He's coming for the two teammates. Reed from pole position in second place. The fastest qualifier slips down the inside and goes back through to lead in the dying stages of the Mini-Max pre-final. Ward is right there on the back of not Tom Reed, but Alfie Mayer, who's in second place. Through the chicane, just clipping the ripple strip. The Cosmic kart looks good. Look at the gap he's closed up on the back of Alfie Mayer that time. He's right on the back of the leading duo, both driving the Gillard karts, the SFR Motorsport teammates, into turn 11, into the hairpin. Tom Reed, P1, but under pressure from his teammates. And Alfie Ward Ward with a 59.231, fastest on circuit. Tom Reed looks behind as they flash across the line at 96 kilometres an hour. Mark Quesada with a 59.209 in P4 for MKC Motorsport will surely run out of time to catch the leading trio. As it stands, Tom Reed would start pole position for the final this afternoon alongside Alfie Ward, P3, and Leo Livings in outside second row for the final. He has recovered, he's in P8. And would you believe right behind him is Oliver Spencer, who's just got by Maria Roberto. Reed leads into turn 11, not for long though, because Mayer drives down the inside. Watch Ward in the background trying to catch and pass both the SFR teammates into the carousel. 3 different drivers, 3 different lines out of the triple right-hander. And the order changes once again. We start the last lap of the Mini-Max Pre-Final. Ward right on the back of Reed now. Alfie Mayer has got the race lead as it stands. Tom Reed would still start from pole position even if he does not pass his teammate for the lead, but he will not. If Ward gets on by, it is getting close now. Mark Quesada just 0.6 of a second in the background. And Jeff Verbeeker, the Belgian, is right there as well for Boulevard Power. Into turn 11. Best passing opportunity on the circuit. Slight defense from Reed, that will surely be enough. But he goes wide on the exit. Good drive as they go into the carousel, and Reed just blocks the Emirati for MLC Motorsport. The triple right-hander, surely this is it. Surely this is the pre-final victory for Alfie Mayer. The checkered flag waves. And Alfie Mayer, who finished P2 in the final at Cremona, comes across the line to win the pre-final for Mini-Max this morning. Tom Reed second, and with that, he will start from pole position for the final this afternoon. Alfie Ward third, Verbeeker 4, Quesada, Jurches, Otzler, Oliver Spencer, P8. Oliver to start not anywhere on the front 4 rows of the grid at least, as we take a look at the highlights from the pre-final. Tom Reed from pole position. But it was Alfie Mayer, his teammate, who went from grid 2 around the outside to lead the first half of the race. Oliver Spencer, Leo Livings coming together in the carousel. The Ukrainian getting airborne, almost bogged in the grass. Did get back on track, ultimately to finish down in position 10. The SFR duo of Reed and Mayer were caught by Alfie Ward, who drove superbly, as Tom Reed, with 3 laps to go, went down the inside of his teammate to take the race lead. Alfie Mayer took him back, and Alfie Ward made it a 3-car fight. Mayer back in P1. Tom Reed did not need to win to take pole position for the final this afternoon. He crosses the line in P2. Alfie Mayer, who was P2 at Cremona, takes victory in the Mini-Max Pre-Final here this morning from Tom Reed. They will share the front row of the grid for the final. Not in that order, though. It will be Tom out of P1, Alfie out of grid 2. Alfie Ward, great drive for the Emirati to come home third from the Belgian, Jeff Verbeeker, who took Mark Quesada on the last lap of the race. Jurches, Otzler, Oliver Spencer down in P8. The Cremona race winner, Maria Roberto from Leo Livings. Kelly Rapp, Grantins, Alfie Garrett, Lapins, Hans, Christian Abels, Van Pavlerath, Francesco Cosco, and Lumi Pusten, who did finish that race under investigation. First 2 pre-finals raced here this morning, and we continue in just a moment with the junior pre-final as the sun continues to shine here, up to 13 degrees Celsius. Blue skies, a thankful sight after the torrential rain of the past few days. The junior pre-final with Shun Sekaguchi to lead the field out onto the circuit in a moment. Christian Sejersen, you may remember the Dane taking victory a fantastic win at the first round of the series in Cremona. Well, this weekend he's had a very tough run, has only just managed to get inside the top 10 at best throughout the heats. Christian Sejersen will start grid 12 for the Junior Max Pre-Final in just a moment. This is round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series from the Leopard International Circuit VITERBO. We'll take a very short break. Don't go too far away, just a moment or two, and we'll race once again in the Junior Max Pre-Final. Just a moment or two before the start of the Junior Max Pre-Final. We'll take a look at the highlights in a moment, mostly raced on a wet circuit. Thankfully, the track is dry as Shun Sekaguchi prepares to lead the field out. Before he does so, let's take a look at what has happened the past 2 days here at VITERBO. Continual rain and grey skies have plagued us over the past few days. At the top of your screen, you can see it is bright blue. The sun is shining here, thankfully. We are into springtime officially. Round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series, though, here at VITERBO. The junior cars coming out onto the circuit, led by the driver from the land of the rising sun, Shun Sekaguchi from Japan, for Dan Holland Racing. Kai Clark starts out of grid 2. Mate Kobakidze, the Georgian, who was fastest in qualifying on Friday. Harry Freeman, Trent Valley Car Club champion from last year out of 4. Ryan Gundu, Max Sadurski, Jamie Ambrose, Albert Friend, European champion last year in Mini out of 8. Dragos, the Romanian Austrian out of 9. And the Swiss Spaniard Leo Gonzalez for NKC Motorsport out of 10. Harry Taylor, Christian Sejersen, the Cremona race winner, has had a tough run so far this weekend out of 12. Matteo Natino, Jensen Chalk. Then it's Olet, the younger of the Olet brothers, Max. ART, Archie Rogers Tyler. Villasits from Hungary, Seidel from Switzerland, Lakkanen from Finland, joined by Peter Malmstedt, also from the very north of Europe. Leopold Juk, the German, based in Bahrain, and Rodrigo Kakers, the Latvian, out of grid 22. "14 laps, the pre-final here, 1,300 metres of this magnificent Leopard International Circuit VITERBO. That's the highest part of the circuit. 15 corners, they race downhill into the best passing opportunity, turn 11, the hairpin, and then up to this very unique carousel corner. Shun Sekaguchi from Japan for Den Holland Racing. It was Mate Kobakidze, his teammate, who starts immediately behind him. The Georgian, who was fastest on a very wet track in qualifying on Friday, a 108.033. Mate Kobakidze, 244. Shun Sekaguchi, 258. The Japanese and Georgian drivers for DHR, 1-3 on the grid. Kai Clark aggressively warms the Mojo tyres on the 276 KR Sport. Cosmic Heart, KC out of grid 2. We race Perfect start from Shun Sekaguchi, but just does not have the speed to take the lead into turn one. Around the outside, a fantastic start by the KR Sport driver. Clark leads them down the hill for the first time. Shun Sekaguchi did nothing wrong, but just did not have the engine RPM. Kai Clark takes the race lead and is already pulling away as they go through the chicane up into turn 9, down the hill for the first time. Spectacular from the Brit. Kai Clark 276 leads from Shun Sekaguchi in second place. That's Harry up into third, the Trent Valley Car Club champion from 2024. One of the strongest karting clubs in the world at the Trent Valley Car Club circuit, the PFI circuit that is. Harry in third place. Max up into P4. That's Sadursky from Copy Kids there. Friend Gonzalez. Ryan Gundor, Jensen Chalk up into P9. Former Rotax Max Grand Finals champion of the world. He's won just about everything there is to win in Mini Max. Jensen Chalk now in juniors. He's also won in the O-Plate. He's won over in the Emirates. He's won the big one, the Grand Finals, and he's now in P9 ahead of guess who? Yes, the Cremona race winner from Denmark, Christian Sejersen. He's up into P10 from Taylor, Ambrose, Dragos, Vasil Gupte. As we see Shun Sekaguchi trying to take the lead away. Take it back, in fact, from Kai Clark. A fantastic start from Kai from the outside, normally cursed outside front row of the grid. Clark goes through to lead. Shun Sekaguchi in second place. Freeman, Sadurski. Friend, and then the fastest qualifier from Georgia, Mate Kobakidze, the Swiss Spaniard Leo Gonzalez, up into P7. Great start from Gonzalez. There's the MKC Motorsport. You just got a glimpse of the 254, the red and white machine, the Tony Kart in the background. But it's Clark who continues to lead. Shun Sekaguchi, Japanese champion, Asian champion. Here's an opportunity. Clark defends. He white lines it, in fact. No problem. Sekaguchi on the outside. Clark feeds him a wheel. Harry takes the both of them. Superb from Freeman. Clark and Shun Sekaguchi fighting for the lead. No problem for Harry Freeman, who went around the outside to take the both of them. Harry Freeman leads. A super move from the Brit. He comes across the line in P1. Sadursky also capitalizes in P3. Sekaguchi back into 8. Incredibly, right behind him is Christian Sejersen, the Cremona race winner, who's just hit the fastest lap of the race, a 56.321. Sekaguchi in P8. Clark still there in second after very briefly holding the race lead. It was Harry Freeman, though, superb around the outside. Sadursky trying to go through now into second place. The Stampex Motorsport driver, the Dutch driver, the Dutch team, the Kart Republic. Tighter line from Kai Clark in second. The Dutchman on the back of the two Brits, and then Albert Friend, who's had a clean, if somewhat quiet run this weekend so far. Underneath the radar, last year's Minimax European champion, last year's Minimax Winter Cup champion in the south of Spain at Campillos. He's now up into P4 for Strawberry Racing. Gonzalez, a Swiss Spaniard for NKC Motorsport in P5. We go back to Ryan Gundor, Kobe Kidze. Shun Sekaguchi stuck in P8 after fighting for the lead on that corner right there 2 laps ago. But it was Freeman around the outside of both the Japanese star and Kai Clark, the early race leader. Harry takes the lead. Friend and Leo Gonzalez. Back to Ryan Gundor. There's the Canadian in the background leading. Kobe Kidze, the fastest qualifier from Georgia. His Japanese teammate Shun Sekaguchi, remarkably, despite falling back to P8, as it stands, Sekaguchi would still start pole position for the final. If he moves up a few positions at least, it will guarantee him grid 1. But at the moment, he's stuck behind his Georgian teammate, Mate Kobakidze, who's also frustrated in 7th after setting pole position in the pouring rain here on Friday. Down the inside, Max attacks. Sidursky goes through to P2. Kai Clark does not fight. In fact, Ways points ahead because they both know that Harry Freeman is walking away with this as we move into the second part of the Junior Rotax Pre-Final. The gap almost 1 second between Freeman and now the Dutchman, Max Sidursky. Clark, Friend, Gonzalez, Gandor, Kobakidze. Mate ahead of Shun. The Georgian and Japanese drivers for DHR, who started 1-3 on the grid, but they're now back in 7th and 8th position. Christian Sayerson back to 10, but goes purple with a 55.876. Clark looks behind. That's just giving him enough confidence to make an attack, knowing that he won't in turn be attacked by Albert Friend, who's crept right up to the back of this battle for the lead. Gonzalez, Ryan Gandor. The battle from 2nd back to 10th, there's nothing in it. Just on 2 seconds as they race on to the start finish. Right there's Christian Sayerson. The RS competition, the green and white machine in the background. In P10, Harry Taylor now fastest with a 55.637. Six laps to race in the Junior Max Pre-Final. Confirmation that HT is quickest on the circuit, the bottom left of your screen. Freeman throws it over the ripple strip into turn 9. The gap exactly 0.8 of a second. The Dutchman in P2 splits the 3 Brits. And then the Swiss Spaniard Leo Gonzalez in P5. Into the carousel. This remarkable corner, 270-degree turn coming back on itself. Slightly banked, 8 or 9 degrees of banking. And then the triple right-hander onto this, the start-finish straight. Sayerson in the background, a little bit wide. Taylor, Sekaguchi and Gandor fighting for 9th, 8th and 7th place. Albert has half a look at the back of Kai. KC in P3. Sidursky sideways that time in the Kart Republic. Straight lines over the ripple strip. The kart gets light, it grips up on the Mojo tyres. Thankfully, finally on a dry circuit, and there is almost a rubber line starting ever so slightly to go down with no threat of rain today. Here's Albert Friend, Gonzalez just behind into the carousel. You can see the banking there, our TV screen, your TV screen. Our camera work, as good as it may be, does not give you a true indication. It is bent like a light velodrome here. A fantastic corner here at Leopard International Circuit, VITERBO. We start lap 10 of 14, Rotax Junior Pre-Final. Shun Sekaguchi now up into P7. Remarkably would still start pole position for the final this afternoon. Sayerson has fallen back to 11th place. Harry Taylor, you saw that Harry went fastest a few moments ago. He's just taken the Dane for P10. Christian Sayerson will need to do something spectacular in the final this afternoon if he's to go 2 in a row. As it stands, he won't even start the final anywhere on the front 5 rows of the grid. It will be the drive of his life if he's to go 2 in a row and take out the title. As you see, Kobakidze going very wide coming onto the straight. Just behind Leo Gonzalez, holds onto it though. Kobakidze 2.44 for Dan Holland Racing. Gonzalez defense now. The Swiss Spaniard from the Georgian. Kobakidze trying to take Gonzalez for P5 and potentially move up to grid 2, starting for the final this afternoon. Clark glances back over his right shoulder. back to Albert Friend, last year's mini European champion, as Albert Friend pulls away from this battle between Gonzalez and Kobakidze. They're fighting among themselves. The Georgian briefly going by, but now coming under attack from his Japanese teammate, Shun Sekiguchi. Freeman pulls by, 1.1 seconds clear of the Dutchman. On your screen, Max Podium. 2 pole positions in the European Series in 2024. He is quick. He's driving the Kart Republic, splitting the OTK machines ahead and behind him. Stanpix Motorsport, the Dutch team, the Dutch driver, P2, pulling away now from Kai Clark, who did briefly lead the early stages of the race. Kai going into P1 with a fantastic move around the outside from the notoriously difficult Grid 2 here at VITERBO. He led the first 2.5 laps. But then Harry going around the outside to take the lead from Grid 3. He's got 2 laps in P1, over a second clear. The gap comes down slightly, 1.09 seconds. Sekiguchi goes by his Georgian teammate up into P6, and with that, it would be enough for Shun Sekiguchi to start P1 for the final this afternoon. Alongside will be Kai Clark. That is provisional, of course, if the order does not change in the final lap and a half. As it stands, they've spread out slightly, with the exception of the battle between the 2 teammates, Kobakidze and Shun Sekiguchi going through. Dragos, Vasil Kute, Rain Gantor and Harry Taylor, still the fastest on circuit. He's HT 201 in position 10 with a 55.637. Essayson going through in P11 from Ambrose, Natino, Archie Rogers, Tyler, Phyllis, Jensen, Chalk, Kakers, Olet, Luckinen, Malmstedt, Seidel. As we look at the 2 teammates, Kobakidze going back by Shun Sekiguchi. Harry Freeman has moved into the championship lead, incidentally, 261 points to Kai Clark on 244. Albert Friend 239, Sekiguchi 236. That is the virtual championship as it stands. This is the last lap of the pre-final. We set the grid for the final. Points for the pre-final for the Winter Series Championship as well. Harry Freeman takes the championship lead. Harry Freeman takes the pre-final victory in Junior Max. A spectacular move around the outside to go from position 3 to take the race lead. He wins the Junior pre-final and takes the lead of the championship going into the title decider this afternoon. Harry Freeman wins. Wow, it is on this afternoon, the Winter Series. It promises to be an absolutely cracking race. Harry Freeman, pre-final victory, and has taken the championship lead. We take a look at the highlights from the outside front row of the grid. It was Kai Clark who swept around the outside of Shun Sekiguchi into the lead. Clark and Sekiguchi, Harry took the both of them. A super move. And with that, Freeman not only moved into P1 in the championship, but raced away to take victory in the pre-final. Max Podium into the turn 11 hairpin. The Dutchman up into 2nd place. Harry Freeman, P1. The KR Sport Team driver wins the pre-final and moves into P1 in the championship. Shun Sekiguchi provisionally will still start from pole position for the final this afternoon. So Freeman takes the victory from Max Podium. Kai Clark, P3. We'll start Grid 2 for the final this afternoon. That's KC. Friend 4, a contender for last year's Mini European Champion. Great try from Leo Gonzalez. Shun Sekiguchi, P6. That is enough for the Japanese and Asian champion for Dan Holland Racing to start Grid 1, pole position for the final this afternoon. Harry Taylor, fastest lap of the race. Ryan Gandor Pobakitse, the fastest qualifier, and Christian Seilson ahead of Ambrose in P10. Dragos, then it was Mateo, ART in 14, Villasets, Jensen Chalk, Rodrigo Kaikas, Olet, the two Finns, Lackinen and Malmstedt. Seidel, the final finisher, after Leopold Ug was out at the start. Harry Freeman leads the championship after taking victory in the pre-final here this morning. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're certainly enjoying that blue sky in the background as we look south towards the eternal city of Rome, to the Italian capital. We're about 1 hour's drive north, slightly inland from the port city of Civitavecchia on the Mediterranean Sea. This is the Leopard International Circuit Viterbo. In just a few moments, pre-final A for senior and pre-final B to follow as we set the grids for the final this afternoon. This promises to be the feature of the weekend. It is the last race of the weekend at 3 o'clock this afternoon. The two pre-finals this morning for Senior Max before we do race them. Over 15 laps for each of the two pre-finals. Let's check out some of the action from this week here at Viterbo in Senior Max. Just a few moments away from the start of the 15 lap Senior Pre-Final A. The kart's about to come out onto the circuit. In fact, they do so right now. And it is the Australian Sean Butcher who leads from pole position. He will start grid 1 alongside the Dutchman for Den Holland Racing, Jort van Wijk. Lizzie Mantier, she was superb in qualifying. She took pole position. She will be a contender for the final this afternoon. She starts out at grid 3 this morning. For the pre-final A, Lizzie Mantier for Den Holland Racing, 350. Out of grid 3 alongside Kai Hunter, who finished on the podium at the first round of the series in Cremona. We'll bring the grid to you in just a moment. Here we go. Sean, Jort, Lizzie out of grid 3, fastest qualifier. Then Kai Veach out of 5. Gianmarco Cortopasi. Tom Strell out of juniors on the podium last year. The Latvian out of 7. Max Podium. Ties van Wijk, brother to Jort. And then Ralph van der Pavert van the Netherlands out of 10. Archie Walker out of 11. Matteo Montrone out of 12. Ralph Stummers, who started karting in the Scotty World Series, would you believe, now starts grid 13 alongside the Emirati Denny Shields. Lorenzo Giaquinto starts out of 15. Lucas Nanji, the Canadian, out of 16. His countryman, Antoine Lamiot. Nia Kittela, we'll speak about her in a moment. William Bottiglia and Arno Sabaran out of grid 20. Yuri Lavar, Carlos Sasso, Siri Malmstedt, and it's Mio Alert. Joachim Askland on debut in the European Series, the Norwegian for 2025. And Vilda Limberg on track after missing the heats yesterday. Had a crash in yesterday morning's practice session in the warm-up in the rain and had to go for medical checks, but he's been given the clearance. He starts on the final roll of the grid for AD Motorsport. Nia Kittela, second fastest in her group in qualifying. She's been super quick, but has had no luck. Nia Kittela, 3.46 starting out of grid 18. We'll keep one eye on her, but it is the Australian Sean Butcher, 3.57 for the team from Silverstone. KR Sport on pole position. Jort in 333 to the right of your screen. We race Lizzie up the inside. And the Den Holland Racing teammates, Jort van Wyk and Lizzie Mantier, go second and third, but it's Sean Butcher who leads for KR Sport. The former European champion, BNL champion, British champion, goes P1, 357 in the Cosmic Cart. Incident for Naya Kiptola at the back of the pack. She's had a rotten run of luck that is this weekend. She's still on track but falls way down the field. We'll see where she comes across the line at the end of this. The first of 15 laps as Sean Butcher has to defend into the turn 11 hairpin. Lizzie Mantier, she has been lightning quick this weekend. She ranges up on the back of Sean Butcher. Den Holland Racing versus KR Sport. This battle, which has raged in World Rotax over the past decade and a half or more, continues on here this morning at VITERBO. Butcher defends, races across the line at 103 k's an hour. Jort at 105, the Dutchman back to P5 in the 333 Lando Norris kart. Butcher, Mantier, Kai Veach, Jort van Wyk, Kai Hunter. Then it's Tom Strel, Ties van Wyk, Walker, Van der Parvert and Bostrom in P10. Sean Butcher trying to find some momentum here. Lizzie Mantier, 2 heat victories so far this weekend, each of the drivers racing 5 times in the heats. She did take pole position in qualifying. The former Alpine F1 Junior Academy driver. Well, maybe they'll be ruining their decision to leave her off their program because she has been super quick. And potentially is about to go P1 here. She's close right up on the back of Sean Butcher. She goes purple in the early stages of this race at 55.526. Archie Walker clocking 106 kilometres an hour. That time across the line, the early stages of pre-final 8 for Senior Max. Butcher, Mantier, Kai Veach, Jort van Wyk and Kai Hunter in P5. Clips the ripple strip does Lizzie Mantier. Den Holland Racing, the team based at Wilton Mill, the famous English circuit, approximately in the centre of England. Sean Butcher, the Queenslander, for the team based at the Silverstone Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit, KR Sport in the Cosmic. OTK karts on your screen, 1, 2, 3 and 4. The 2 Cosmics, first and third. The Lando Norris karts, second and fourth. Back to Kai Hunter, that's the CS55 kart. The Hunter Motorsport team, his own team. The driver from Sunderland in the very north of England. Lizzie needs to do something here because Kai is trying to go by in position 3. His teammate to Sean Butcher, he may give some slight assistance to Sean Butcher, but he'll be ruthless to Lizzie if he needs to be. Kai in third place, Sean P1. It is Butcher from Mantier and Veach in third. Jort back into fourth in the 333 Den Holland Racing kart. Lizzie Mantier goes very deep, under brakes into turn 11. Like a statue behind the wheel of that car. She's got perfect body placement. Does not move, just slight adjustments on the steering wheel. But her upper body perfectly straight. As she looks back over her right shoulder to Kai Veach in third place. Sean Butcher muscles the Cosmic Cart over the very slight bumps through turns 1 and 2, up into turn 5. Too far back to make a move this time for Lizzie Mantier. Veach in third, Jort van Wyk catching all 3 of them. Jort in 333. Incidentally, Naya Kiptola, after falling back to the very last position on the circuit, she's trying to claw her way back into the pack. She's back in 24th position, fighting with Joachim Axeland, Carlos Sasso, Yuri Lavar. Butcher consolidates P1. 0.2 of a second clear of Lizzie Mantier. Kortkopasi, that's Tom Strel going through. P9 for the Latvian, who was second in the Winter Cup last year in Campios. 3.28. Tom Strel ahead of Matteo Montrone, Bostrom, Lorenzo Giaquinto, Antoine Lamiot, Boutelier, Arnaud Sabaran, the Canadians, 13, 14 and 15, and the Emirati, Denny Shields, right behind in the 329 Cosmic. Lizzie Mantier has not got close enough, even though it's less than a kart length. It is just 0.2 of a second to Sean Butcher as the field come out of the triple right-hander. Cannot make an attack just yet. Sean Butcher, P1 at the moment as we move into the second half of our penultimate pre-final here this morning. Pre-final A for Rotax Max Senior here in the northern Roman countryside. We're still in Lazio, very close to the region of Tuscany, which is almost walking distance from the VITERBO circuit, albeit a fair distance that walk. Comfortable bike ride. In other words, we're just south of Tuscany here, north of the Italian capital, once known as the centre of the civilized world, the centre of the Roman Empire. This is Leopard International Circuit VITERBO, built back in 2006. And the team here have spent the best part of the last 12 months completely rebuilding most of the facilities here. An incredible paddock, restaurant here. Absolutely first class, as is the 15 curve. Very undulating 1,300 metre circuit, which sees Sean Butcher out front from Lizzie Mantier. These two pulling away from Kai Beach. Lizzie goes purple that last time round, 55.112, ever so slightly faster than Sean Butcher. But the Australian, the former European champion, the former British champion, just clips the ripple strip, goes P1 and has not flinched. Lizzie Mantier with 2 heat victories thus far this weekend, looking to start as it stands right now, keeping in mind that pre-final B is still to race. Lizzie would start grid 4 for the final this afternoon. Sean Butcher, almost guaranteed pole position, regardless of what happens in pre-final B at the conclusion of this one, if he holds on for the remaining 7 laps. Gets the slipstream. There's been a lot of talk about the aerodynamics coming into world karting over the past half decade or so. The M11 new OTK bodywork certainly coming into effect on the faster circuits, even though this is a much more technical track, as Sean puts in a 55.1, almost into the 54s. There is some advantage to having good aerodynamics, particularly on this part of the circuit right here as Sean looks over his right shoulder. We are talking thousandths of a second, maybe tenths, certainly tenths on the faster circuits. Don't forget, we go to Wackersdorf Pro Kart Raceland in 4 weeks' time, April 24, for the first round of the European Championship, April 27. Here's the final date out. Sean just obviously monitoring the temperature on that Rotax Max engine. There's Kai Hunter going through, head of Tis van Wyk, Walker, Montrone, Portopassi, Strel, Bostrom, Giaquinto, Sabaran, Lemieux. Denny Shields moves up into 15. It was Lucas Nanji, Yuri Lavar, Ole, Kittela, Malmset, the 2 Finns, Carlos Sasso, Rups, Van der Pavart, and Vilde Lindberg in P26 after missing all the heats yesterday. He's now got medical clearance. He's still circulating, but down in 26th position. It will be tough for the Dane to make it through to the final this afternoon. The final 36 to race. The final at 3 o'clock local time, Central European time. We hope you're not waking up just now, an hour later than you otherwise would have, with daylight savings taking effect here in Central Europe overnight. Deciding the series, the Winter Series 2025 for Rotax, presented for the second year by WSK Promotion. New circuit for the Rotax category, certainly in international terms, here at VITERBO. And just repeating, the Rotax Euro Trophy, Wackersdorf Pro Kart Raceland on April 27. The Steel Ring, Trinec in the Czech Republic on June the 8th. Genk in Belgium on the 29th of June, and Sarno International Circuit on the first weekend of September. Lizzie Mantier has not yet attempted to make a move on Sean Butcher, who, to be fair, has not made a single mistake. There's Vich, Jort van Wijk, Kai Hunter, Ties van Wijk, Walker, Montrone, Cortopassi, Strel, Bostrom, Max, trying to get inside the top 10. Lorenzo Giaquinto, ahead of the two Canadians, Sabarin and Antoine Lemieux. For some of these drivers, it is a battle now just to get onto the grid for the final, down to the final 36. This is pre-final A. Pre-final B in just a moment to finish off the morning here at Leopard International Circuit, VITERBO. Into turn 11. Lizzie stands on the left side brake pedal on the Lando Norris car, gets a good exit as well into the carousel. This is where Sean was attacked multiple times yesterday. Did not flinch though, and he's not about to now. It will have to be one almighty send from Lizzie Mentier to go through on Sean Butcher to take the race lead. She's close now as they come across the line with 3 laps to race. Butcher, Mentier, back to Kai in third place. Accelerates going up the top part of the circuit. Lizzie closes in under brakes. Sean holds P1 for KR Sport, the team from Silverstone. Dan Holland Racing from the Wilton Mill circuit. Lizzie Mentier, the English girl on the back of the Queenslander, who comes down the hill on lap 13 in P1. The gap just 0.0. 54.969 for Lizzie Mentier. She goes purple. She goes faster. She's the only driver under the 55-second bracket. She glances back. That will give her confidence. It is 2.3 seconds from Mentier back to Veach in third. She does not need to worry about being attacked and can go after the race leader, Sean Butcher. As it stands, she would start no worse than grid 4. Driving hard though, head down behind the steering wheel. Loses a 10th that time. Sean Butcher, faultless out front, is the British Australian. Penultimate lap of pre-final A, Sean Butcher, surely to start pole position for the final this afternoon. This is where Lizzie is quick, under brakes. She closes up. Watch this from Lizzie Mentier. Pulls in a good 1 kart length and gets a good exit as well into the velodrome, into the carousel, slightly banked, 270 degree, turning back on itself, then the triple right-hander. Sean Butcher to come across the line and get the last lap board this time. Butcher, Mentier, KR Sport, Dan Holland Racing, across the line at 104 kilometres an hour. Around 63 miles an hour for our friends watching on live, our viewers in the United Kingdom. Butcher P1 for KR Sport. Jort van Wijk still there in P4. Ahead of Hunter, Ties van Wijk, Walker, Montrone. Marco Cortopassi has got by Tom Strel, the Latvian, in P10 on the last lap of the race. Sean Butcher on his way to victory. Too far back to attack for Lizzie Mentier. Into the carousel for the final time. Sean Butcher for KR Sport will win pre-final A for Senior Max. Out of the triple right-hander, he accelerates. And the checkered flag for the Australian, the former European champion, Sean Butcher, takes victory in pre-final A for Senior Max. Mentier across the line in second. Kai goes by. It's Veach in third. Jort van Wijk 4. Hunter, Ties van Wijk, Walker, Montrone, Cortopassi, Strel, Toms in P10. There's Ralph Summers crossing the line from Askelin, Yuri Lavar, Olet, Sidi Malmstedt, Carlos Sasso. Naya Kintala, she's had a tough weekend. She crosses the line 23rd from Van der Pavert. Lucas Nanji, the Canadian, dropping down to 25th at the end. And Vilda Lindberg rounds out the field. The highlights of pre-final A. Sean Butcher from pole position, drove down the inside, threw it down into the first corner. Butcher into P1, was attacked early on as he built up momentum, almost passed for the lead by Lizzie Mentier on the opening stages of the race, but as he got momentum, he got grip, and the KR Sport Cosmic came alive. He was able to consolidate P1. Lizzie Mentier never more than 0.2 of a second, 0.3 of a second away from Sean Butcher. She finishes P2. Sean Butcher takes victory, and with that, is virtually guaranteed pole position for the final this afternoon. Butcher takes the victory. Remember, he finished second on the podium at Cremona. Lizzie Mantier, superb in second. She will be a contender certainly this afternoon. Kai Veach, Jort van Wyk, Kai Hunter, third at Cremona, fifth in the pre-final this morning for Hunter Motorsport. Ties van Wyk, Walker, Montrone, Cortopassi, Strill, Bostrom, just ahead of Lorenzo Giaquinto in P12. Then the first of the Canadian Severan, Lemieux, Denny Shields, the Emirati, William Bottiglia for SP Motorsport, Ralph Stummers, Askelin, Yuri Lavar, Olet, Sidi Malmstedt, Carlos Sasso, Nia Kittler. What a tough weekend it's been for her, despite being super quick at stages. Van der Pave, Lucas Nanji, the Canadian, falls down to 25 on the last lap of the race, and Vilda Limbery rounds out the field. Sean Butcher almost guaranteed. This is provisional. Don't take this to the bank. Put an asterisk beside this statement. But the KR Sport driver almost certainly will start pole position for the final this afternoon, regardless of what happens in pre-final B for Senior Max. That's coming your way live from Leopard International Circuit here at VITERBO in just a moment. Final pre-final of the morning for Senior Max to decide the grid for the finals this afternoon. This is round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series for 2025 after the first race on the 16th of February at Cremona. The final grid of the morning, Senior Max pre-final B, it is the Swede who will lead Sebastian Hedin from pole position for Alexander Talberg Motorsport. Cameron Nelson out of grid 2, Tino Seidler, superb from Switzerland all weekend. Second row of the grid with the American Charlie Smith, Nud Nielsen, Elia Galvanin in great form, the Italian in the Virulat for KSP Motorsport, Latin and Santari, Jojo Pierre, Luca Schlegel and Matthias Kellerup out of grid 10. Lloyd Hare, the Brit, Martin Ligner, the Slovakian, Jim Bach van the Netherlands, Laurent Legault, Andre Aremi, Ryan Karutz, the Belarusian from the Emirates. Miles Roby has put in some brilliant starts all weekend, starts out at 17. Alongside Fernando Paimrea, Alice Dolcemane, and the Colombian Santiago Medina. Bastian Ottensheimer, also for the KSB Austrian team, Frederica Lemieux, Sophiklis Papadopoulos, upside down in turn 5. That corner right there, rolled on the very first lap of the very first heat on Friday. The Greek is tough, he's back on track. Sophoklis Papadopoulos starts alongside Anya Levar and Marco Aris for MKC Motorsport out of grid 25. This is Sebastian Hedin, 306, the Energy Kinetic chassis. 2 heat victories over the course of the weekend. Just getting back quickly to the Greek driver, Sophoklis Papadopoulos coming together with Lucas Nanji. The very first lap, the very first heat, on Friday in the pouring rain up into turn 5. He went upside down, end over. The Tony Kart for Boulevard Power rolling. His race suit, let's say, he's not wearing the same one today. He's tough though, was back on track despite the blood pouring from his shoulder. He was fine, he was back for the next heat though. And the Boulevard Power team did a superb job to get him back on track for the next heat and for the rest of the weekend. He starts out of grid 23, Sophocles Papadopoulos, but it's Sebastian Hedin for Alexander Dalberg Motorsport on pole position, being pushed up to the line by Tino Seidler, who in turn cops a tap from Nud Nielsen out of grid 6. Pre-final B for Senior Max here at Viterbo, north of the Italian capital of Rome. Sebastian to the left of your screen. We race. Nielsen shoots to the inside, trying to attack. That did not work. He holds the outside. Nielsen goes on through. Superb start from Nud Nielsen. What about Tino Seidler? For Strawberry Racing from Switzerland, sends it, almost goes into second place. In fact, does so. Brilliant start from Tino Seidler, another second generation racer, but it's Sebastian Hedin who leads down the hill for the first time. Alexander Dalberg Motorsport, the Energy Kinetic, 306. Out of the carousel, there is Tino Seidler in second place for Strawberry Racing. Took a heat victory in the rain, did Tino. Has been very quick this weekend, as has Sebastian with 2 heat victories. He leads lap 1. Look at the battle as they come across the line. Jean-Pierre Lloyd Hare darting to the inside, defending from the Finn. Santeri Lahtinen. Martin Lickner, what a start from Alice Stoltemane. She's up into P13. Younger brother of Prema Formula 4 driver and WSK race winner Thomas Stoltemanes. As Elia Galvanin goes down the inside, Alice Stoltemane has rocketed up into 13th position. Off the start, a brilliant start. She's ahead of Andrea Remi, Fernando Palmeirea, the Estonian, who was 7th in last year's Rotax Max Grand Finals. Sebastian Hedin, though, with experience of the past half decade, not only in Rotax Max, but also racing KZ2. Tino Seidler, though, for Strawberry Racing from north of the border in Switzerland, closing in on the back of Sebastian, who leads. He's been caught, though. Here's Charlie Smith, the American-Slovakian. Tino down the inside. Seidler sends it from second place. What a move, what a pass. Superb from Tino Seidler. Goes by the Swede to take the lead. Tino Seidler from Switzerland for Strawberry Racing. A spectacular pass. The Tony Kart Racer 401T chassis takes the lead away from the Energy Kinetic. For Alexander Dalberg Motorsport, he throws it over the ripple strip. Sebastian back to second. Seidler superb from second place, sent it and takes the lead of Pre-Final B for Senior Max. A brilliant pass from the Swiss driver. He leads from the Swede. Watch the response from Sebastian. Smith, the American-Slovakian in the background, and Elia Galvanin, the Italian for KSB Birulat Austria, in 4th place. Nelson, the Welshman, Luca Schlegel in P6. Tino leads. Charlie down the inside. Sebastian into the marbles, back to P3. Galvanin almost tries to take 3rd place away. Hedini's in trouble. Galvanin on the inside over the ripple strip. Watch Nelson, the Welshman, in the background for Den Holland Racing. Seidler leads a sensational Pre-Final B for Senior Max. Sean Butcher, watching on from the grandstand at Viterbo, must surely be nothing but entertained. He has locked down provisionally pole position, regardless of what happens in this battle in Pre-Final B. As Nelson goes down the inside of Galvanin, they touch. They were almost off into the grass and the wall that time. Smoke started to stream off the Mojo tyres, and now here comes the Austrian Luca Schlegel. Seidler leads for Strawberry Racing. It's a Tony Kart 1-2. Charlie Smith, his teammate, in second place. 308 for the American-Slovakian, with victories on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean, most notably in the United States Pro Kart Series. racing with us in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy in 2024 as well. And now here this morning, he runs in second place. Seidler, another second generation racer. It's Strawberry Racing 1-2. Sebastian Hedin in third place. Galvanin back in fourth. Nelson, Schlegel, Nud Nielsen, Lantanen, Jopierre and Laurent Legault up into P10. Now we settle into some sort of rhythm. Here's Galvanin. Back to Cameron Nelson. Seidler has been in, let's say, threatening form this weekend. As Nud Nielsen with the 55-1. Remember Lizzie Mentier in pre-final A a few moments ago. The temperature actually goes up a degree, 14 degrees Celsius. As we approach midday, the sun coming out to shine, Mojo Rubber going down. Lizzie Mentier in pre-final A actually going into the 54s. We're not far off that. Nud Nielsen for RS competition. Finished P9, and in the first round of Cremona, Tino Seidler, who leads on your screen. He was only 8th 6 weeks ago at the Cremona circuit, which will also, again, host a round of the World Superbike Championship in 2025. Magnificent motorsport facility, not too far from here, just a few hours drive north. Great to have these new circuits on track for 2025, kicking off the European Rotax Series, round 1 at Cremona, and round 2 here at Leopard International Circuit Viterbo, north of the Italian capital. Strawberry Racing 1-2 with the drivers from Switzerland and the United States of America, respectively. Charlie goes in very deep under brakes. Seidler gets the drive out of turn 11, the exit, then into the carousel. Sebastian Hedin pushed into the marbles aggressively in turn 1 when he lost the lead. Back into second, back into third, almost back into fourth. There's Nelson, Schlegel, Lantanen, Jopierre, and Matthias Kellerup rounds out the 10, does the second Dane. Galvanin, 55, 144 for Elia. Another driver. Quite a few of them, in fact, with experience racing, also in KZ2. Seidler just glances over his right shoulder. Back to find his American-Slovakian teammate. Into the carousel, we move into the second half of our final pre-final here this morning. Pre-final B for Senior Max, the first of our finals, incidentally. Just after 1:30 local time, 1:40 in fact to be precise. You can catch all that action live on Motorsport TV. Great to have your company around the world. Again, we hope you're not waking up an hour too late. If you did turn your phone off overnight, it doesn't update with daylight savings, which took place in the early hours of this morning, until your phone is actually switched on. Just past midday here in Central Europe, round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series. We go back through the field. Legault, that was Jim Bark going through ahead of Andrea Remy. Lloyd Hare, who's fallen down to 15th. And a Bastien Ottensummer. Lavar, Alice Dolcemane, after that great start, she's back to 18th. Ryan Carouse and Miles Roby for MLC Motorsport. In the rain, he put in some outrageous starts to go from 16th, 17th on the grid to be in the top 6 by the end of the first lap. It has not worked out, though. This morning in the dry, he's ahead of Martin Lickner. Santiago Medina, the Colombian, racing with us after competing successfully in the Rotax Max Challenge of Argentina. Medina ahead of Sophocles Papadopoulos, who's courageously on track after going upside down on that corner right there on Friday. Lemio and Marco Ariz rounds out the field. Here's Dolcemane going through from Miles Roby, Lickner, and then that was a glimpse of the 355 of the Colombian Santiago Medina. Seidler continues to lead. At this stage, we'll start grid 6, outside third row for the final this afternoon. Charlie Smith looking to improve. He'll start grid 7 unless he can get by his Swiss Strawberry Racing teammate. Galvin in P4 on the back of Sebastian Hedin. Races across the line at 105 k's an hour. 55 dead, still the fastest lap of the race from Elia Galvin. It promises to be an absolutely cracking final. The Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series here this afternoon. Of course, Macaulay Bishop, who's not here this weekend, he won from Sean Butcher and Kai Hunter the first round at Cremona. Tino Seidler only finishing in P8, ahead of Nud Nielsen to Marco Cortopassi, was in P10. He just wrapped up pre-final lane in 10th place a few moments ago. Sean Butcher guaranteed, actually I should not use that word, provisionally likely he will start from pole position. And Sebastian Hedin, who's third on the road, being caught by Elia Galvin. The Swede will join the Australian on the front row of the grid for the final. As it stands, it is Butcher from Hedin, Mentier grid 3, Jort van Wijk grid 4, and Tino Seidler, who leads pre-final B, now will start grid 5. That is provisional. The final grid this afternoon, round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series. Matthias almost into the 54s. Hilliard up into P9, goes by Fernando Paimerea. The Estonian, just been passed by the KR Sport driver, Fernando, one of multiple Northern European drivers in the field. 7th in the Rotax Max Challenge Junior Grand Finals last year. Holding down the final place inside the top 10. 2.5 laps to race. This is Elia Galvin. The Italian works the wheel on the Birilla, 3.76 in 4th place. Nud Nielsen now into the 54s with a .948. Nud Nielsen for RS competition. Finished 9th in the first round of the championship at Cremona, and now is the first driver to go under the 55 second bracket. The driver from Denmark, the team from Denmark, RS competition, has gone purple up into P5. Incidentally, we've had an incident at the exit of the triple right-hander, and we are about to go full course yellow. They come past the incident scene. There is the yellow flag waving. We go full course yellow. Just to the left of your screen, we believe it was with Martin Lickner and Andrea Remy. Tino Seidler comes across the line, full course yellow. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that's the ball game. Tino Seidler will likely win this under full course yellow as we start the penultimate lap of the race. It's possible we'll get a 1-lap sprint, but unlikely. Tino Seidler leads under full course yellow. The dying stages of pre-final B for Senior Max. An incident with Andrea Remy and Martin Lickner at the exit of the triple right-hander. The medical team are down on the scene, but I can see from our commentary studio the drivers are walking away, and they are fine. The track, the carts are very close to the edge of the circuit, just off the racing line. So our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, no choice but to put the full course yellow out. This is Tino Seidler, who will almost certainly take victory in pre-final B to lock down grid 5 for the final this afternoon. This is the last lap of the race. Tino Seidler will win pre-final B. Strawberry Racing 1-2, so Charlie Smith to start grid 7 for the final this afternoon. We can virtually tell you, again, put an asterisk beside this statement. Don't write it down in pen, use a pencil for the moment. Sean Butcher, pole position. Sebastian Hedin, who's third on your screen, will start grid 2. Lindsay Mentier will start grid 3 alongside Jort van Wijk. Tino Seidler, who will win pre-final B under full course yellow in just a moment, will start grid 5 alongside Cameron Nelson. Charlie Smith, who'll finish second in pre-final B here, will start grid 7 inside 4th row alongside Kai Hunter for the final this afternoon. The full course yellow being waved, as is the checkered flag. And Tino Seidler races up to the line, actually goes green to the line. The order does not change though. Seidler takes the victory from his Strawberry Racing teammate Charlie Smith. It's Sean Butcher on pole position for the final of Senior Max this afternoon. That incident with Andrea Remy and Martin Littner, they are okay though. The highlights of pre-final B. Sebastian Hedin, the Swede, took the lead, but it was Tino Seidler who went up into second place. Charlie Smith was there. Great start by Elia Galvanin. And then this move from the Swiss to take the Swedish driver. Seidler sent it from second place to go through and take the race lead. Charlie Smith followed his teammate through. Hedin ever so slightly into the marbles, offline. Hedin almost losing third place as well to Elia Galvanin, who came home a superb P4. Don't discount the Italian to be a contender this afternoon. Seidler takes the victory. It's Sean Butcher to start from pole position for the final this afternoon though. Seidler with the victory from his Strawberry Racing teammate and Sebastian Hedin in P3. Galvanin, great drive for the KSB Austria team. Nielsen, fastest lap of the race for the Dane 5. Nelson, Schlegel, Latin and Kellerup, and Fernando Peimre from Estonia. DHR in P10. Laurent Legault, Jim Bach comes home in P12 from Bastien Ottensamer. Lloyd Hare, who was 20th with just a few laps ago, fought back well to finish in 14th from Anya Levar. Ryan Kairouts, Alice Dolcemane, Miles Roby, Jojo Pierre, Sophocles Papadopoulos, the Greek driver, tough after being upside down on Friday. Finishes ahead of the Colombian Santiago Medina, Lemion, Aris, Lemi, and Rekna, Andrea Remy, and Martin Legner out on the final few laps of the race. So this is the championship. Sean Butcher to start on pole position has got the championship lead on 266 points. Kai Hunter on 245. Jort van Wyk also on 245. Sebastian Hedin fourth in the series on 242 points, tied with Tino Seidler. So Sean Butcher will start on pole position and has got a 21-point lead in the championship. That is the grids done. I'll say that again. Those are the grids that have been set after the pre-finals here this morning. We will take a break from Leopard International Circuit VITERBO, the second round of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series. It's nice to have your company wherever you are watching us live all around the world. We will be back in just over an hour's time to decide the titles, starting with DD2 at 1:40 local time. Don't go too far away. We'll be back in just over an hour for the finals of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series Round 2 from Leopard International Circuit VITERBO. We'll see you for the DD2 Final at 1:40 local time.
This is G House. 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 This is G House.
nothing changes.
Life.
It is springtime here in Central Europe. We're just a few days after the calendar has clicked over from the end of a very cold winter, but it is the final day, the second round of the 2025 Winter Series for the Rotax Max Challenge. Good afternoon, everybody. Great to have your company as you join us live north of the eternal city of Rome. This is Leopard International Circuit VITERBO, and in just a few moments, the first of our four finals, starting with DD2 Direct Drive 2-Speed and the DD2 Masters category. We'll race that category, their final, over 16 laps in a moment. But to kick off today's action, let's check out some of the highlights from DD2 so far this week here at VITERBO. It has been a wild and wet weekend, but as you can see, the sky is now turning blue. There is some cloud cover, but there's no chance of rain here this afternoon. The temperature 15 degrees Celsius on a dry circuit here at VITERBO, north of the Italian capital, ready to race the second round of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series here at VITERBO. It is the second round. It's a two-round series, the Winter Series, before the European Trophy kicks off in a month's time at Pro-Kart Wackersdorf Raceland in Germany. This is DD2, the first round taking place at Cremona on the 16th of February. This is the second round here at the rebuilt VITERBO circuit, first constructed back in 2006. And the staff here at Leopard International VITERBO circuit have worked tirelessly over the past 12 months to bring it up to a new level of standard, a magnificent motorsport complex, also hosting motorcycle racing and international kart racing. This weekend, DD2 Masters kicks off the second round of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series here at VITERBO. Daylight savings overnight, so we had an hour's less sleep. Let's see if that has an effect on some of the drivers out there. They're on the grid and we are ready to race. DD2 and DD2 Masters final to the left of your screen. Len Nye, the Belgian, starts P1. He's also the championship leader. We'll bring you up to date with the championship points. To the right, Nicholas Pico, a sensational story throughout the week. He took pole position. Not only is the fastest Masters driver, but he's also been in contention outright here this weekend. His pole position time in the rain on Friday, faster than even the DD2 drivers. We take a look at the grid for the DD2 Final Rotax Max Challenge, the Winter Series here at VITERBO. Len Nye, the Belgian, on pole position. Nicholas Pico, the first Masters driver, and P2 outright. Will Christensen, fastest DD2 driver in Friday qualifying, starts grid 3. Ranja Veres, the Estonian for Kartletics, out of 4. Mika van der Pavert from the Netherlands. Jakob Beschel, who won at Cremona in the first round of the series, the Czech driver, starting ahead of the 20-year-old Englishman Will Ellswood. Frederick Zebus, who was racing in Mini-Max only 3 years ago, now lines up grid 8 in DD2. Dannebergs, Bendes Jabor, the Dane and the Hungarian on the 5th row of the grid. Nicolas Guillaume, the second Belgian. The third Belgian, Zenderu, out of grid 12. Ludovic Sabaran is behind Zenderu, who's the second Masters driver. Dusan Radocevic, the South African, and Fabio Creti, out of grid 15, the third Masters driver in the Haase kart. Second formation lap for the DD2 drivers. Nice to have your company as we look south to the eternal city of Rome. Now we're looking over towards the port city of Civitavecchia, towards the Mediterranean Sea, where the rain has blown in all week, but you can see beautiful blue sky. The sun is shining. It is 15 degrees Celsius. It is a week into springtime here in Central Europe. This is the second round of the Winter Series. And the first of our finals here this afternoon, DD2 Masters. Just to quickly update you, Nicolas Picot, Grid 2. He's the first of the Masters drivers. Zenderu, XTR 535. He's the second Masters driver, the second Belgian. There he is. His wife Sarah watching on back home. She is expecting a strong performance from her husband, who took out the grand finals in Sano at the end of last year. And Fabio Creti, 595, to join up to the back of the grid, the third of the three Masters drivers. Len Nice on pole position, Nicolas Picot outside front row of the grid. It has rained continuously here in Rome all week, but now the sun is shining. We welcome you to the VITERBO International Circuit, Round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series, presented by WSK Promotion. The Belgian on pole position, the French veteran to the right of your screen, Nicolas Picot out of 2. We race here at VITERBO. Christiansen follows Len Nice down into turn 1. Picot on the outside. Picot's going to lose a place here. Back into P3 because it looks as though we've got the first of the SP Motorsport drivers, Mika van der Paver, in the Card Republic, going up into third place. Nicolas Picot from Grid 2, the almost cursed outside front row of the grid, has been pushed back to P6 as the field go up through the chicane into turn 9 for the first time. Len Nice, the Belgian, leads the way, leads the championship as well, leads the race, leads the final. Looking back to Jakub Bešel from the Czech Republic. Has made a good start as they go 3 wide coming up to the carousel on the opening stages of the race. And the Cremona race winner, who's had a tough weekend thus far, has got speed. Now he's on the outside of Nicolas Picot as we lose one of the Birolats in the background. Bešel, who was racing up into P4, now he's on the outside. And Nicolas Picot, who started Grid 2, comes across the line in P5, ahead of the 2019 European champion from the Czech Republic, where we race the second round of the Euro Trophy, incidentally, at the Trinix circuit. Bešel back to 6, then Zenderu, XTR with a great start. The second Belgian, ahead of Ben Dejabo, Nicolas Guillaume, Sabaran, Zebesh. Rania Vidas back to 12 ahead of Radacevic. Nice start by Fabio Creti in the Haase kart. And Dannebergs, it was Naudus, the Latvian, who went around in the carousel on the very first lap. This is Elswood in P2. Mika van der Paver van the Netherlands, P3. Len Nice disappearing. He's about to go through the triple right-hander at the end of lap 2 with a somewhat enormous lead in Rotax racing terms. Almost 2 seconds after just 2 laps. Elswood under attack now from Mika. The driver from Viendal in the Netherlands, for the team from the Netherlands, Stampex Motorsport. The Card Republic on the back of Will Elswood. The CS55 kart for Kraft Motorsport, the team from Germany. And approximately halfway between Hamburg and Bremen in the north of Germany, where we race the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy at Procard Wackersdorf Raceland in 1 month's time. Mika on the back of Will, the 20-year-old from Somerset in the southwest of England. But it's Len Nice from Belgium, who is almost not even on your shot. In shot, I should say, on screen. He just flashes by, goes through the triple right to start lap 4. The first quarter of the race is done. And it's the Card Republic for the Shepherds Racing Team, who started from pole position. Len Nice, who leads by 1.8 seconds. Rania Vidas back in P10, has just done a 54.517. Trying to drag himself into the battle, the fight for the podium. Mika on the back of Will, a Kartletics driver from Estonia, 2019 Grand Finals champion, trying to get by Nico Guillaume, Ben Dejabo and Zenderu. Will looks back over his shoulder. The Dutchman's right there. He dives down the inside. Mika sends it to second place. Will's off into the grass. Elswood almost ended his race right there and then. The Englishman almost went rallycross. Mika, the Dutchman, just sent it to second place. Van der Paver now makes it a Card Republic 1-2. The Dutch-speaking drivers, first and second, Len Nice from Belgium with a 54.347. Mika van der Paver van the Netherlands, P2, with an aggressive pass on Will Elswood. who's still on the podium, but that sentence is about to be made redundant before I finish it because Nicolas Picot fires it down the inside. And the French veteran leading the Masters category and P3 outright. It's tight for the championship. Len Nyes, 3:16, just 18 points ahead of Jakob Beschel, who's back in P6. Fighting with Ben Desjardins, Jean Deroux, and Will Christensen is the 405 Craft Motorsport. The driver from the Czech Republic, the CS55 card, coming onto the straight now. That is Jakob Beschel sitting in behind Will Christensen. His teammate Will Ellswood goes on through in P4. Nicolas Picot leading the Masters category and P3 outright. Rides the ripple strip up into turn 5. WK tries to fire it down the inside. Ellswood closes the door. That was ambitious from the Dane. It did not work. The 444 Tony cut for RS competition. Christensen now loses time for the driver who's fighting for the championship. Jakob Beschel over the ripple strip on the inside. Now he's on the outside. Has to watch out for Ben Desjardins. What a race we've got going here this afternoon. Around the outside, here comes XDR. What a move by the Belgian. Sensational from the second Masters driver. Jean Deroux firing it around the outside to take Jabot and Christensen. A fantastic pass by Jean Deroux. He now comes across the line in P5, trying to catch down the driver on your screen, the first Masters driver from France, Nicolas Picot. A fantastic pass from XDR. He's up into P5, ahead of Christensen, Jabot, Ranja Vieres and Jakob Beschel, second in the championship, but now drops to P9 on the road. Len Nyes now leading the championship, 17 points over now Ranja Vieres, 3:16 to 2:99. Ranja Vieres, who's now up into P8, the Estonian. This is Ellswood on the back of Nicolas Picot. The fight for the final step of the podium. This is P1. The Dutch-speaking drivers, 1-2. Len Nyes from Belgium. Mika van der Pavert, SP Motorsport. Picot, Ellswood, Deroux, Jabot, Vieres, Christensen, Jakob Beschel back to 9. Half race distance, the DD2 and DD2 Masters final here at the Leopard International Circuit, north of the Italian capital. Springtime sunshine here at this incredible circuit, 1,300 meters, 15 corners deceptively undulating, and a magnificent banked velodrome style carousel 270-degree corner, which the field are coming up to now. This is the banked curve, turning back on itself, and the triple right-hander. Will Ellswood, who was third in the European Championship in the E20 electric class last year. 7th in last year's grand finals as well, missing the podium narrowly in Sano. Nicolas Picot taking victory in the big one last year, the 25th edition of the biggest race in the world at Sano. The grand finals, Nicolas Picot taking the Masters title and trying to start 2025 with the series win in the Winter Series Rotax Max Challenge in the Masters category. He's actually pulling away slightly from Will Ellswood. An outstanding performance from Nicolas, who looks back over his left shoulder. Race winner as well, let's not forget, in KZ2. Len Nyes, the race winner, also with experience in KZ2 and the OK Direct Drive class. He's joined us over the years in OK in WSK World Competition. Now starts lap 10 with a lead of 3.5 seconds. Len Nyes would take the championship by 16 points as it stands now over Ranja Vieres. Climbs over the ripple strip, going up to the highest part of the circuit, turn 9, and then racing down the hill, staying off the curb that time. This is the best passing opportunity on the circuit, but certainly Ellswood too far back this time. Pico continuing to look behind. He has got enough of a gap. Just under half a second, and actually pulling away slightly from Will Ellswood. Zenderu has dropped a few positions. In fact, we are looking for the second Belgian, who has dropped right down the order. He's had a moment going into the carousel. That fine drive into P5 has almost effectively come to an end. He's only just coming across the start-finish line now. Len Nyes to take the title by 15 points if he holds on for another 5 laps. Zenderu has crossed the line in 14th position. As we get news that Bende Jabo, the Hungarian, is under investigation. Bende Jabo down in 13th position, under investigation. A rotten afternoon of luck for the Hungarian champion. There's Mika van der Pavert. Pico still continuing to look back at the Englishman. Ellswood, Rania Vida, Special, Sabaran, Ludovic. The winner of the Montreal Cup. One of 10 Canadians racing with us here this weekend in Rome. The 2 Danes, Jebes, Christensen, Guillaume, Radocevic, Dannebergs. Bende Jabo under investigation in P13. And Zenderu, after that fine drive to P5, has in fact now been given the mechanical defect flag. Zenderu XDR is out. Nicolas Picol, therefore, is the sole remaining Masters driver after the retirements of Zenderu and Fabio Creti. But he's trying to take the victory outright. Unlikely because Len Nyes is pulling away, but still a superb performance from Nicolas Picol, who's also tasted victory on the frighteningly fast parole circuit on the outskirts of Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. 2,055 metre circuit where the KZ2 carts in Le Coupe de France long circuit reach a genuine, I'm not exaggerating, 185 kilometres an hour. Nicolas Picol also taking the long circuit French Cup victory as well. French champion, European champion. Looking to start the Winter Series with victory as well. He won last year's European Series, the Euro Trophy, over Igor Mulkin and Christophe Capitan, but only finished P2 last year in the Masters class in the rain in Spain at Campillos in the corresponding Winter Cup last year, finishing behind Martinius Tankavicius. P1 though in the Masters category now, P3 outright. Len Nyes on his way to victory as the springtime sunshine comes out here at VITERBO. Len Nyes with a 54.347 fastest on circuit. And the Belgian looking to take the title here this afternoon for the Sheppers Racing team in the Kart Republic. It's still a Kart Republic 1-2. Mika van der Pavert. The young Dutchman from Vierendal for Stampex Motorsport in second place, 3.5 seconds behind the Belgian, Len Nyes. Out of the carousel, 2 laps to race at the end of this one. Len Nyes crosses the line. This is Mika van der Pavert, the fight for third. Picol is the first Masters driver, so effectively it is between Ellswood and Rania Vidas. Rania Vidas to finish second in the championship. 301 points to Len Nyes on 316 points. If nothing changes in this final lap and a half. Ellswood has a big look at the back of Picol, but now he's coming under attack from Rania Vidas in the Kartletics Birolat. They race down the hill, and that attack from the Englishman gives the Estonian hope. Blocks the door, white lines it, puts the 401 in the middle of the circuit, and now almost puts the Estonian into the grass. They touch wheels into the carousel. That was almost the end of the race for the Englishman and the Estonian right there and then. Rania Vidas is not happy at all. Raises the arm to say, what are you doing? But Ellswood's got away with it. More importantly, as Rania Vidas shakes his head, Ellswood still holds the position. Len Nyes on his way to victory. Nicholas Pickle, victory in the Masters category and an incredible third outright. This is effectively the fight for the final step of DD2. Ellswood and Rania Viras. Watch the attack down into turn 11. The best passing opportunity. Rania Viras tried it. He gets the run. Will Ellswood white lines it again. Stares over his right shoulder. Rania Viras, to his credit, stands on the brakes. And again, Ellswood white lines it into the carousel. Out front, though, that checkered flag waves. Len Nyes from Belgium takes victory, and he's the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series champion. Mika van der Paver second. Nicholas Pickle wins Masters. Will Ellswood holds off the Estonian for fourth place outright, but critically third in the DD2 category. Len Nyes is the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series DD2 champion. He's taken the title from Rania Viras, and Jakub Bešel from the Czech Republic, who won the first round at Cremona, crosses the line in P6, but finishes third in the series, just 1 point clear of Will Ellswood. Highlights of the DD2 final. Len Nyes from pole position. Will Christensen into P2, actually making very slight contact with Nicholas Pickle. It was Ellswood up the inside, going wheel to wheel with Will Christensen, muscling his way on through to P2. As Dannebergs went wide, was helped off into the carousel. Mika van der Paver sending it down the inside, and this moment, contact with Will Ellswood, and the Englishman was in the grass. Not for the only time all race, Nicholas Pickle wins the Masters category, comes home P3 outright. Rania Viras, 2019 Grand Finals champion, defending from the Englishman. Almost putting each other out. Look at the smoke come off the Mojo tyres. Out front, Len Nyes takes victory, and the Belgian is the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series champion. Len Nyes takes victory in the race and wins the title by 15 points over Rania Viras and Jakub Bešel in P3 in the series, 298. Will Ellswood, 297. And Will Christensen, 286, fifth in the series. Len Nyes takes victory in round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series over Mika van der Paver. Nicholas Pickle, P3 outright, and the first of the Masters drivers home. Will Ellswood, P4, but the third DD2 driver. Rania Viras just could not quite get by the Englishman. Bešel, P6, and finishes third in the series. Bad luck for the second and third Masters drivers, Endaru and Fabio Creti, who did not see the checkered flag, finishing second and third in the Masters series. So the first final done. Stay with us on Motorsport TV, wherever you're watching us live from here at VITERBO, north of the Italian capital. The podium presentation for DD2 and Masters, and the championship live from here in Rome in just a moment. The drivers making their way up to the podium for both DD2 and DD2 Masters. Of course, following this, the Mini Max Final. Juniors and then Senior Max to finish out the afternoon. Just waiting for the drivers and team manager. Len Nye is taking the title and the race victory here, making their way to the podium for round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series. Don't forget, on April 27th, 1 month from now, the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy at Pro-Kart Raceland Wackersdorf in Germany. The podium for DD2 here in round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series. In third place from the United Kingdom, Will Ellswood. Second place from the Netherlands, Mika van der Paver. And the winner of round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series here at VITERBO from Belgium, Len Nye. And representing the winning team, the Scheppers Racing Team, Ingo Scheppers. Third place from the United Kingdom to Will Ellswood. From the Netherlands in second place, Mika van der Paver. And the winner of round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series here at VITERBO from Belgium, Len Nye. And Ingo Scheppers representing the winning team, the Scheppers Racing Service. The national anthem of Belgium. The podium for round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series, Will Ellswood in third place. Second, Mika van der Paver. And the winner here, round 2 at VITERBO, Len Nye. The race podium presentation, and then we move on to the championship, of course, the 2-round series. The first race taking place at Cremona, and the second here at VITERBO. DD2, the Winter Series, the championship. He won the first round at Cremona. He finishes in third in the Winter Series Rotax Max Challenge 2025 from the Czech Republic. P3, Jakob Beschel. finally makes his way up to the podium from the Czech Republic. Third place in the Winter Series from the Czech Republic, Jakub Bešel. Thanks, Jakub, for making your way up, and congratulations on the first round victory in Cremona. Second in DD2 in the Winter Series from Estonia, Ranja Vires. And the race winner here at VITERBO also wins the Winter Series for Rotax Max Challenge in DD2. Again, welcome to the top step of the podium from Belgium, Len Nice. Third place in the championship, DD2 Jakub Bešel. Second place in DD2 for the Winter Series, Ranja Vires. And the winner of DD2, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series from Belgium for 2025, Len Nice. The Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series, not only the trophies, but the champions, the two-race series from Cremona. Third place, Jakub Bešel, winning entry to the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans in July. Second place in the series to Ranja Vires, winning entry for 2 rounds of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. And Len Nice will see for the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, winning entry to all 4 rounds of the series, starting at Wackersdorf Pro-Kart Raceland on April 27. The podium for the championship, Rotax Max Challenge in DD2. Thank you, Jakub, Ranja, and the champion, Len Nice. DD2 and of course DD2 Masters, the race within a race, the Masters drivers racing together with DD2. The 3 entrants here. And it's the French veteran who takes victory again in DD2 Masters. So DD2 Masters, the first round at Cremona and the second round here at VITERBO. In third place from Italy, Fabio Cretti. Second place, Zen Daru. XDR with some fans here at VITERBO, and a super performance. He took pole position outright and of course dominated the Masters class. Welcome to the top step of the podium, the winner of round 2 here at VITERBO from La France, Nicolas Picot. And Nicolas Picot also as a privateer representing his own team. In third place, the Italian in the Hasa kart, Fabio Cretti. Second place, Extia, the Belgian from Slovenia, Zenderu. And the winner of round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series in DD2 Masters from France in the Tony Kart, Nicolas Picot. And as a privateer representing his own team as a team owner, Nicolas Picot. The national anthem representing France, Nicolas Picot, Le Massier. The podium for DD2 Masters, third place Fabio Creti, second Zenderu, and the winner here at VITERBO, Nicolas Picot. The podium for the second round of the series is exactly how they finished in the championship, so we'll move on with the presentation exactly as they were, the same in the race order as it is for the championship. Third place in the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series and winning entry to the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans in France in July. Third place in the championship, Fabio Creti. Second place in DD2 Masters in the Winter Series in the championship, winning entry for 2 rounds of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, Zenderu. And winning entry to all 4 rounds of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, last year's Grand Finals champion in the Masters class, and the winner here at VITERBO, the new champion for the Winter Series from France, Nicolas Picot. Third place in the series, Fabio Creti. Second place in the Winter Series, Zenderu. Et aussi le vainqueur, le nouvel champion, Nicolas Picot. Stay with us on Motorsport TV, the Mini-Max Final, live from VITERBO in just a moment. The breeze picking up here at VITERBO, but the track thankfully is still dry. The sun is shining, it is 15 degrees, and we are ready to race the Mini-Max Final. The car's on the grid. We'll bring you the grid in just a moment. Before we do, let's check out some of the highlights from this week in Mini-Max here at VITERBO. Fabulous racing as ever in the Mini-Max class, and we can expect the same over the next 13 kilometres. 10 laps for the Mini-Max final here. The carts are on the circuit. You look at 110 to the left of your screen. Tom Reed from Lincolnshire in the King's England. To his left, to your right, that's Alfie Mauer, who finished P2 in the first round of the series at Cremona. The SFR Gillard carts on the front row of the grid. The green flag flying to the left of your screen. The carts set off. And with that, we take a look at the grid for the Mini-Max final. Tom Reed starts out of pole position alongside his SFR racing teammate, Alfie Mauer. Alfie Ward, who finished P5 at Cremona, starts out of grid 3. And then the Ukrainian Leo Livings out of 4. Jeff Verbeke, Vibuvan Power, Patrikas Yoches, also in a Tony Kart, Mark Quesada, MKC Motorsport, Chen Otzler from Turkey out of 8. Oliver Spencer, the Cremona race winner, out of 9. Klaus Hans from Latvia out of grid 10. Then it's Grantins, Maria Roberto, the English-Italian. She starts out at 12. And it's Kellyup, Garrett, Ryan Rampadara for Stampex Motorsport. We go to Martins Lapins, Francesco Cosco, the Canadian, alongside Christian Abels. And Lumi Pustanen starts out of grid 19. Lumi from Finland, lining up behind Christian Abels of Dams Racing. Second formation lap here for the Rotax mini final. There is Christian Abels going through, Cosco and Lumi Pustanen in 1:02. The Birolart from Finland. Magnificently presented, the Leopard International VITERBO circuit. About 1 hour's drive north of the Italian capital. More critically for most of us at the end of today, it's only about an hour's drive from Fiumicino Leonardo da Vinci Airport. Fabulous new addition to the world of Rotax racing. VITERBO also hosting motorcycle racing here at the circuit. Originally built back in 2006, and the staff here at Leopard International VITERBO circuit have worked tirelessly over the past year to bring us this world-class facility. Second round of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series. This is the Mini-Max final. Tom Reed on pole position. Oliver Spencer, we're looking out for the Englishman in 1:42, who's had a tough run, but he did win the first round of the championship at Cremona over Alfie Mauer and Alfie Garrett. Watch Leo Livings, the Ukrainian, who just missed the podium. Finished P4 at Cremona. He starts P4 on the grid now. We welcome you to VITERBO, north of the eternal city of Rome. The Mini-Max final, Tom on pole position. We race. We see the energy card of Martins Lapins shoot to the outside, as does that of Klaus Hans. But it's the SFR duo from Great Britain who go 1-2. Leo Livings up into third place, having to defend as the field come out of turn 5 for the first time. Tom Reed from pole position with the race lead up through the chicane. The SFR duo, they did exactly this in the pre-final. They worked together to pull away. They've got the speed. The Gillard, the newly homologated 2025 Gillard TG17 chassis. As you see, Livings is about to be passed. Alfie Ward going on through into P3. Livings back to 4. It looks as though Jeff Verbeke has gone through into P5. Indeed, it is the Buvan Powell 1-2-5. Tony Kart in 5th place. The end of the first lap. The SFR duo, they come across the line. Tom in P1. We'll check the provisional point score in the championship at the end of the first lap. And of course, this will change before the end of the race. It'll change before the end of the lap. Tom Reed, 310 points. Alfie Mauer, 300. And Oliver Spencer, 293. So where is the Cremona race winner? He's already up into P6. In fact, there is Oliver coming down the hill now. He's just got by and taken Patrikas Yoches up into P5, 1:42. Needs a storming drive, and he's doing exactly that at the moment. Started grid 9. He's up into P5. Closes in on the back of his KR Sport teammate, the Ukrainian Brit, Leo Livings. Ward in P3. This is Livings wearing the colours, or flying the flag, the colours of his Ukraine on his helmet there. You look at the virtual championship. That will change before the race. That will end of the race. It will change before the end of the lap. possibly in the favour of Alfie Ward, who's closing in on the back of Alfie now. Now finished P2 at Cremona. He runs P2 at the moment, gets a good run out of turn 1 though. Slightly wider line to try and keep the engine RPM up as they go up the hill into turn 5. Ward in P3, back to Livings, who's under attack from the Cremona race winner. Oliver Spencer will send it. KR Sport teammate or not, Oliver Spencer trying to keep his title hopes alive. Now getting frustrated. He's made a great start into P5 I should say, trying to go P4 as the field go down into the turn 11 hairpin. The best passing opportunity on the circuit. And now into the carousel, this magnificent velodrome shape, 270-degree banked corner. And then turning back on itself, the triple right. Look at Ward on the back of Mayer. This is Alfie for MLC Motorsport. On the back of Alfie, but it's Tom who leads. Livings under attack. Here comes Oliver Spencer. Pulls out of the slipstream. Comes across the line at 96 kilometres an hour. And Spencer goes through to P4. The championship fight is still alive here at VITERBO. Spencer in P4, Livings back to 5. And it's Mark Quesada, Jeff Verbeeke, Joches, Jen Otzler and Alfie Garrett. Rounds out the 10 ahead of Grantins, Roberto. Maria ahead of Brian Rampadara from the Netherlands, Klaas Lapins. The two Latvians, Kellyup, Costco, Abels and Pusten rounds out the field. As we see Ward down the inside, Alfie versus Alfie. Watch Oliver in the background. That did not work. Tom skips away. We approach half race distance in the Minimax final, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series, round 2 here at Leopard International Circuit, Viterbo, north of the Italian capital, presented by WSK Promotion. Ward pulls out of the slipstream, has to duck back in. Fighting for second place, here comes Spencer. Oliver on the charge, he's now on the back of the 183 MLC cart. On the inside, on the outside, Spencer sends it. Superb from the Cremona race winner, who's now up onto the provisional podium. And now fighting for the championship once again. Spencer up into 3rd. Still the SFR teammates, 1, 2. But Tom is skipping away. Dives down the inside. Nicely done by Spencer, who sends it to 2nd place. Alfie Mayer falls back off the podium. Ward still on it at the moment. Spencer into 2nd. Now the question is, can he catch Tom? Nervously looks back. The gap, 0.53 of a second, fastest on circuit. Here's the driver in P2 with a 59.131. He was a 10th of a second faster that time. Spencer was faster than Tom Reed, that is, despite the fact that he had to make the move to go through to P2. Livings down the inside. Can't make the move on Alfie Mayer, who I do remind you finished P2 to Spencer on the 16th of February at Cremona, the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series. The second half of the Minimax final here at VITERBO. Reed, Spencer and Alfie Ward. SFR, KR Sport and the MLC Cosmic in 3rd place. Spencer trying to keep that wheel as straight as possible. The gap 0.53 of a second last time, 0.2, and Spencer with a purple 59.0. Matched by Maria Roberto. She's moved up into P10. She's done a 59 dead, 0.20 for the English-Italian Maria Roberto, who's in P10. Reed from Spencer, who goes around the outside. He's got speed to burn. Started grid 9. He's now up into 2nd place, fighting for the championship. There is just 11 points between the two drivers, running 1-2 at the moment in the Minimax final. 12, in fact, 310 to Reed, 298 to Spencer. But Reed has to defend. White lines it down into the hairpin. Spencer on the outside. Now has to be aware of Alfie Ward. What a race here in the Minimax final here at VITERBO. Verbeeke goes on through. Almost up onto the podium is Jeff. The Belgian 1-2-6 as Reed looks to his right, goes right, then looks to his left. Spencer is right there. Still Mario Roberto, the fastest on circuit, stuck behind the Turk, Chen Osler. And Leo Livings, who's fallen back from 4th to 8th. The fight for the lead, the fight for the victory, the fight for the Minimax Rotax Winter Series here at VITERBO. Tom would take the title by just 12 points, but with 2.5 laps remaining, you know this story is not over yet. Reed staring at his countryman. Spencer around the outside, tries to make it stick. He'll leave the door open though. Here comes Ward up the inside. Alfie for MLC Motorsport. Skips on through. Spencer falls back to 3rd. Now comes under attack from Jeff VITERBO and also Mark Quesada. Is that the championship for Tom Reed? That did not work for Oliver Spencer. Crosses the line in P3, drives back down the inside into 3rd. Aggression from VITERBO. He's off the road. Jeff VITERBO into the grass. He was very briefly into P3. He won't stand on the podium this afternoon though. He's now going to be passed by Leo Livings, who's not out of this either. What a fight back from the Ukrainian. Tom continues to lead. Last lap next time round, the Minimax final. It is still Reed from Spencer from Alfie Mayer in the championship. Into the carousel, Spencer now with some breathing space behind him. Quesada is in 3rd for the MKC Motorsport team. A team from Lago di Como, just south of the Swiss border. But the SFR driver, Tom Reed, 1 lap to victory and 1 lap to the Winter Series title. 4/5 of a mile. Spencer sends it down the inside from 2nd place. Oliver goes on through trying to make it 2 from 2. Aggression from Oliver. He made the move stick. It was win it or bin it for Oliver Spencer, who won at Cremona. He's gone on through to take the lead. This is the last lap of the Minimax final here at VITERBO. Throws it over the ripple strip. The springtime sunshine here at VITERBO, north of the Italian capital. The Englishman 1-2 in the Minimax final. Spencer won at Cremona. Surely he won't throw it away from here. Into the carousel, the 270-degree banked corner. Reed slides wide. What a fight back, what a race. The team from the Formula One Grand Prix circuit of Silverstone, KR Sport with their English driver, Oliver Spencer won at Cremona. He wins at VITERBO. He crosses the line. We wait to see who is the champion. Reed in P2, Quesada in 3rd, Garrett Osler, Charnholm in P5. Provisionally, Tom Reed has taken the title. As it stands, 307 points to Tom Reed. Oliver Spencer, 301. We take a look at the highlights from a spectacular Minimax final. Tom Reed from pole position alongside his SFR teammate. Livings briefly up into 3rd place, the Ukrainian. Oliver Spencer started grid 9 and picked them off one by one. Disappointment for Alfie Ward, who finished P5 in Cremona. Misses the podium, coming home P8. Spencer down the inside, going through firstly on Alfie Mayer. Livings in the background as well. Caught up to Tom Reed, who defended for his life. Still quickly trying to do the mathematics. It seems as though Reed has taken the title by just 6 points. Spencer has won the race though. This fantastic move. Reed defends. In fact, it was a lap later. Superb defense from Tom Reed. SFR versus KR Sport. Around the outside, that did not work. Jeff VITERBO drags himself back into the battle. Mark Quesada and Jeff VITERBO almost up onto the podium. And in fact, Mark, the French driver, would actually take position 3. Spencer centered down the inside to take Ward. and then set off after the race lead. Down into turn one, fired it down the inside. He was not going to lift, and he took the checkered flag to take victory, but you can see the elation from Tom Reed, the bottom right of your screen. Reed is the champion, 307 points. Oliver Spencer, 301, and Alfie Ward, third in the series on 286 points. 2 victories from 2 rounds for Oliver Spencer. He won at Cremona, he wins again here. An electrifying mini-max final, but it's Tom Reed. P2, that's enough for the Gillard driver to claim the title. Mark Casada for MKC Motorsport, P3. Garrett, great comeback for Chan Osler. The Turk for Buvan Power, Rampadlara, P6. Yochis, Ward, Grantens, and Jeff Rebecca in P10. Spencer wins the first round at Cremona, wins round 2 here at VITERBO. But it's Tom Reed who has won the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series for 2025. Stay with us at the podium presentation from here at VITERBO in just a moment. The drivers making their way up to the podium, Mini-Max. Firstly, the race podium, and then also for the championship, just 6 points. And in the end, separating Tom and Oliver. A fantastic finish to the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series for 2025. The podium for round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series here at VITERBO. An electrifying race, and in third place for the MKC Motorsport team, Mark Quesada. Second place in the Rotax Max Challenge Round 2 Winter Series from Great Britain, Tom Reed. Race winner at Cremona. He goes 2 from 2. Another brilliant performance for KR Sport. The winner here of Round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series in Mini Max from the United Kingdom, Oliver Spencer. And representing the winning team, KR Sport, Toby George. Third place in Mini Max from La France, Marc Quesada. Second place here today at VITERBO, Tom Reed. The race winner of round 1 of the series at Cremona has done it again. He wins here round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series Mini Max here at VITERBO. A huge round of applause for Oliver Spencer. And Toby George representing the winning team, KR Sport. The national anthem of the United Kingdom. The podium for round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series. Third place, Marc Quesada. Second place, Tom Reed. And the race winner here at VITERBO, Oliver Spencer. Merci, Marc. Thank you, Tom and Oliver. That is the race podium. And we'll move on with the championship presentation here as well. The podium for the championship as well for Mini Max. Third place in the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series for 2025 in Mini Max. Third place, Alfie Ward. The race winner here at VITERBO finishes as vice champion for 2025, Oliver Spencer. A fantastic performance over the 2 rounds at Cremona and here today at VITERBO. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the top step of the podium, the 2025 Mini Max champion, Tom Reed. Third place in the Mini Max Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series, Alfie Ward. Second place in Mini Max for the Winter Series, Oliver Spencer. And the new champion for 2025, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series from the United Kingdom, Tom Reed. Congratulations to Alfie, Oliver and Tom. And in addition to the trophies, magnificent trophies, third place, Alfie Ward wins free entry to the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans in France in July. Second place in the championship, Oliver Spencer winning twice entry to the Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy starting at Wackersdorf on April 27. Tom Reed, the new champion, wins the entry to the Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy starting in Germany next month. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mini Max Championship. Third place, Alfie Ward. Second, Oliver Spencer. And the new champion from the United Kingdom, Tom Reed. Thank you, Alfie, Oliver, and Tom. Stay with us on Motorsport TV, the Junior Max Final, live from VITERBO in just a moment. "15 laps of this 1,300 metre circuit. Fortunately, it is a dry circuit in stark contrast to the past few days here at VITERBO. We are ready to race the Junior Max Final. Shun Sekaguchi will start out of pole position. Before we do race, let's check out some of the highlights from this week in Junior Max here at VITERBO. Kai Clark, outside front row of the grid. It was Mante Kobikidze from Georgia who took pole position in qualifying. As you just saw in our highlights, torrential rain over the past few days. It is springtime here in the central part of Europe. And fortunately, the weather has cooperated here this afternoon, just a few miles inland from the Mediterranean Sea. The Junior Max Final, over 15 laps, just under 20 kilometres. Shun Sekaguchi, who did take pole position in the first round of the championship at Cremona, starts out of pole position now. Japanese champion, Asian champion. He won the Asian Championship. There is Shun at the magnificent Langkawi circuit just over 12 months ago in Malaysia, the circuit which hosted the Rotax Max Grand Finals twice early on in the early days, in the early 2000s. That is where Shun took victory in Langkawi in the Asian Championships in 2024. So the Dan Holland Racing driver leads the field away. Kai Clark to the outside front row of the grid, which looks like this. Shun on pole position for Dan Holland Racing. Kai Clark out of grid 2. Harry Freeman, championship leader after the pre-finals this morning, starts out of grid 3. Mate Kobikidze from Georgia, fastest qualifier out of grid 4. Max Podium, great run in the pre-final this morning. The Dutchman, Ryan Gandor, one of 10 Canadians racing here this weekend, out of grid 6. Albert Friend, last year's European and Winter Cup mini champion, alongside the Swiss Spaniard Leo Gonzalez Dragos, the Romanian Austrian alongside Jamie Ambrose for Strawberry Racing out of grid 10. 6th row of the grid sees Harry Taylor alongside Christian Sejersen, who won at Cremona, but starts back on the 6th row of the grid, does the Dane, Matteo Nartino, Jensen Shaw, former Grand Finals champion, Archie Rogers-Tyler. And then we go to Max Ohlert for Alexander Dalberg Motorsport. Vilmos, Vilicic, Luan Seidel, Untualavi Leikkinen, Pito Malmstedt. The two Finns on the 10th row of the grid, Rodrigo Kaikas. And we are being told from race control that unfortunately the German from Bahrain, Leopold Juk, is out and will not take the start in the RS Cup. That's bad luck for Leopold. And we wish him all the best for the forthcoming Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. First title to be decided in Europe for Rotax Racing in 2025. Shun Sekaguchi from the land of the rising sun. Kai Clark outside front row of the grid for KR Sport. Shun Sekaguchi from Japan with the Rotax Max Challenge at Motegi, the world famous Motegi circuit. Took place earlier today. Good morning, good evening in fact, to our friends watching on live on the other side of the world, cheering on no doubt for Shun Sekaguchi. On pole position, 258. The Motegi circuit hosting the Rotax Max Challenge Japanese Championship, the famous Motegi circuit, which in years gone by even hosted IndyCar, and of course going back to the glory days of 100cc Formula E, the former CIK World Cup. Sekaguchi on pole position will be to the left of your screen in 258. Kai Clark to the right. Here at Viterbo, north of the Italian capital, we go round one more time. Another formation lap. Our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari. An additional formation lap. Mr. Ferrari, more than 4 decades of experience in world motorsport, and will be in race control for the forthcoming World Endurance Championship round for the hypercar category at Imola, as well as the Italian GT3 Championship, which starts at Misano. Incidentally, the same day, the same weekend, the same event, where the 12th season of the Italian F4 Championship, presented by WSK Promotion, gets underway. It is the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion, second year in partnership with Rotax. The Winter Cup, the rain in Spain, in Campillos last year, but now beautiful springtime sunshine here north of the Italian capital for the second round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series. Shun Sekaguchi for Dan Holland Racing, being muscled by Kai Clark, who tries to put pressure on the Japanese pole sitter. Sekaguchi leads them up to the line here in Italy at Viterbo. We race. Kai Clark wins the start. Around the outside, he gets a shunt in the back from the fastest qualifier. The Georgian leads his Japanese teammate, Mate Kobakidze, into second place. Sekaguchi back to third. KC takes the lead from grid 2. Great start from Kai Clark. Not so good from Dragos. Vasil Kulte, he's had a problem. He falls to near on the back of the pack. But we are underway. A clean start for the Junior Max final. And it's Kai Clark in the 276 Cosmic who leads down the hill for the first time. Goes slightly defensive, and the two Dan Holland Racing teammates try and work together. Kobakidze on the outside. Shun Sekaguchi back into second place. We'll check the championship standings as they cross the line, the first of 15 times. It is Kai Clark who has the race lead. Sekaguchi, Kobakidze, Ryan Gandor has rocketed up into fourth place, the Canadian. And now Sekaguchi putting pressure over Kai Clark. Kobakidze, that was defense as Harry Freeman tries the inside. Now he's on the outside of Ryan Gandor. Max attacks. Sadurski takes him, and the Dutchman goes up into P5. Nice pass by the Stampex Motorsport driver. Sadursky, who qualified fastest in his group at Cremona. 2 pole positions in the Euro Trophy in 2024. He's in P5, it may well be P4 in a moment. He goes up the inside of the Georgian. Max Sadursky goes on through. Kopakidze back to 5. Freeman just behind. As it stands, he's the championship leader on 309 points to Clark on 299 and Sekaguchi on 288. Clark leads. Fastest on circuit is Dragos, who's trying to find his way back through the field. He's fallen back to 11th position ahead of Christian Sayerson, who won at Cremona. He's not even inside the top 10. Behind Jamie Ambrose, who is inside the top 10. Behind Harry Taylor and the Swiss Spaniard Leo Gonzalez. Friend just ahead in 7. There's Albert going through. Last year's Minimax European champion, Winter Cup champion. Winning in the south of Spain in the pouring rain at Campillos last year. That was in Mini, and now Albert Friend, 219 for Strawberry Racing. He's in this battle. As you see, Ryan Gundor having to defend. He's got the Dutchman just ahead. Kai Clark leads. He's second in the series. Harry Freeman, 6th on the road, but he's the championship leader. Goes wide coming onto the straight, does Harry. A fabulous fight between the Georgian, the Canadian, and Harry Freeman. Kai Clark leads. Shun Sekaguchi in second place. No surprise to see the warning flag being displayed to the Canadian, who will be unconcerned with that. Aggression from Ryan, but he holds on to P5. News from race control. Kai Clark under investigation. Look to the bottom left of your screen. He did get a launchingly good start. We were hesitant to say anything. Under investigation for the moment. The reason is a potential jump start. This changes everything. This changes the race order and the championship order as well. Kai Clark comes across the line. He'll get the news flashing above him. He raises the left hand. He got the news there. 276 under investigation. Electronically controlled. There are CCTV cameras all around the circuit. If it was a clean start, he has nothing to worry about. If, and I underline the word if it was a jump start, it's electronically judged. Call It Racing's version of the VAR. For the moment, Kai Clark in the race lead, only under investigation. We'll keep you up to date if that changes at all. For the moment, he's got the race lead. Sekaguchi in second place, fighting for the championship. Needs to get by. Casey in P1. Into the carousel, 1/3 race distance. Fastest on circuit, Mate Kopakidze with a 55.978. The Georgian now just a step off the podium. He's behind Sadursky. Stampex Motorsport Card Republic in P4, P3. Kopakidze in P4, Ryan Gundor, Friend. Albert's up to P6. And there's the championship standings to the bottom right of your screen. Freeman, Clark, and Shun Sekaguchi. Still no word from race control regarding Kai Clark. He is the race leader for the moment, only under investigation. Scrap that. 5-second penalty. KC with a 5-second penalty. Oh boy. This changes everything. Kai Clark, 5-second penalty for an electronically judged jump start. He's going to get the news now. He's P1 on the road, but it's dropped him down to 14th in the race. Kai Clark shakes his head in disbelief. It's unarguable though. A jump start electronically monitored here. He needs to pull away almost incredibly. And let's be honest, unrealistically, 5 seconds in the dry. Kai Clark falls down with that 5-second penalty to P11 behind, would you believe it, Christian Sayerson, the Cremona race winner. Sekaguchi, P2 on the road, is now the race leader. This also changes the championship order. As it is, Harry Freeman, who's down in 12th place, would incredibly take the title. by 302 points to Sekaguchi 291, and Albert Friend 287 moves to third in the championship. Sekaguchi second on the road, first in the race. Disbelief from Kai Clark. 5-second penalty puts him actually in 10th position now. Last time around a 55.794 for KC, who started grid 2. A good start. It was too good. Unfortunately, Kai Clark, who's actually pulling away, let's give him credit regardless. He's actually pulling away from Shun Sekaguchi, who is now officially the race leader. Kobic hits there, officially makes it a 10. Holland Racing 1-2. Max Podium, fourth on the road, third in the race. He's the Dutchman from Ryan Gandor and Albert Friend. So this is the battle for second, third and fourth. Ryan 204. P5 on the road, but a step off the podium. That's Albert Friend in the background. What a great performance from young Albert. Minimax European champion last year. Minimax Winter Cup champion in Campios. Now racing in juniors. And as it stands, he's fifth outright and fourth in the series. Harry Freeman, 12th on the road, but courtesy of a great pre-final and a great run at Cremona, is actually the championship leader. Came into VITERBO with a 6-point lead, 157 points over Christian Sejersen. Finished 6th, did Harry at the first round at Cremona. Consistency from Harry, unlikely, very unlikely to stand on the podium in the race, but may well take out the title here this afternoon. Harry Freeman down in position 12. Kai Clark on your screen, driving the wheels off that KR Sport Cosmic Kart. 5-second penalty. He's actually 7th in the race. He's actually moved to 3rd in the championship. What a performance from Kai Clark. Dragos Vasil Kute is driving the race of his life, falling back to near last off the start. He's up into P6 behind Albert Friend and has just clocked a 55.538 second lap time. Harry Freeman would take the title by 11 points over Shun Sekaguchi. Kai Clark on your screen, 5-second penalty, still driving superbly, would still finish 3rd in the series. Not the championship he'd be hoping for, although, believe it or not, that is not out of the question either. Sekaguchi, 291 points. Kai Clark, 290. Harry Freeman down in 12th position. Four laps remaining at the end of this one. Shun Sekaguchi now closes up onto the back of Kai Clark. They're both pulling away from 3rd on the road. Mate Kobakidze, the Georgian. That's Max Podium. 2 pole positions in the Euro Series last year. Quick is the young Dutchman. The Stampex Motorsport Kart Republic. P4 on the road, P3 officially in the race. And it's Ryan Gandor, Albert Friend, Kai Clark glances across to the KR Sport team watching on from pit lane. Dropped to 7th that time with the 5-second penalty applied. Lap 12 of 15, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series here at the Leopard International Circuit VITERBO, north of the eternal city of Rome, once known as the centre of the known civilized world, the centre of the Roman Empire. This magnificent new addition to Rotax World Racing, 1,300 metres. As we look to the background, not far from the Vallelunga circuit, where we'll race also the 12th season of the Italian F4 Championship. Blue sky, the sun coming in from the Mediterranean Sea over the port city of Civitavecchia, just a few miles inland. Beautiful green countryside. Here the first week of spring. This is the final round of the Winter Series. This is Kai Clark on your screen, P1 on the road. 5-second penalty applied, he's 7th. Remarkably, still 3rd in the championship. Harry Freeman stuck down in position 12, but that would be enough for Harry to take the title. Shun Sekaguchi on his way to victory. Surely, if he can just stay within touching distance of Kai Clark. Swiderski on the back of Mate Kobakidze. So it will be a Dan Holland Racing 1-2 as it stands at the moment, unless Max can split the Georgian and Japanese drivers. 2 laps to race. Kai Clark with a purple sector. Sorry, Shun Sekaguchi with a purple sector. The gap down. You can see just 2 kart lengths, just 0.2 of a second officially. Kai Clark P1 on the road, heartbreak. Started grid 2, led down into turn 1. It was too good a start. Electronically judged by race control here at Viterbo. Unarguable. Heartbreak for Kai Clark. Some consolation though. He's looking at taking 3rd in the title as we head to Wackersdorf Pro Kart Raceland on April 27 for the first round of the Euro Trophy. The last lap board is about to be displayed for Kai Clark and officially the race leader Shun Sekaguchi. Harry Freeman down in 12th place, surely on his way to the title. By just 11 points. Freeman crosses the line now. He's still behind Christian Sayerson and the Swiss Spaniard Leo Gonzalez. Last lap, Kai Clark in P1 on the road. Shun Sekaguchi, who did start from pole position, let's remember. P1 in the race. Down the hill for the final time, Junior Max here at Viterbo. Looks back over his shoulder. Immensely frustrated, but credit to Kai Clark. He has driven a brilliant race if we conveniently disregard the start. Into the carousel for the final time. Max down the inside. He attacks Swiderski on the final few corners. The Dutchman goes on through to split the Dan Holland Racing drivers. Clark crosses the line, P1. Shun Sekaguchi knows it. He wins the race. Max 2nd, Kobakidze 3rd. We wait. The 5-second penalty applied. Kai Clark, would you believe, has crossed the line in position 4. He's the vice champion. Harry Freeman is the Rotax Max Junior champion, the Winter Series 2025. Shun Sekaguchi takes victory in the Rotax Max Junior final. Harry Freeman is the champion. Freeman 302, Kai Clark. What a performance. Credit to Kai Clark, 293 points, and Shun Sekaguchi, race winner, finishes 3rd in the series. That was the moment that cost Kai Clark a chance of victory in the Winter Series as the 2 Dan Holland Racing teammates, Mate Kobakidze and Shun Sekaguchi, came together on the first corner. Sekaguchi going on through on Kobakidze. Ryan Gandor looking good. The Canadian ultimately finishing in P6. Swiderski drove brilliantly, did Max. And then the news came for Kai Clark. A 5-second penalty for a jump start. Drove superbly though. Shun Sekaguchi also knew that he just needed to shadow the British driver as Max attacked on the final few corners to take P2 in the race. Kai Clark distraught, hands in the air, waving, saying what could he do? Some consolation though, he's, look at that, finished in P4 with that 5-second penalty applied. And he's the vice champion. Shun Sekaguchi takes victory in round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series for Dan Holland Racing. Fabulous move from Max Swiderski on the final lap of the race. And Mate Kobakidze, great weekend for the Georgian. P3 here this afternoon. Harry Freeman is the champion over Kai Clark and Shun Sekaguchi. Stay with us on Motorsport TV, the Junior Podium in just a moment, live from here at VITERBO. The drivers making their way up to the podium. Junior Max, the podium presentation for the race and then for the championship as well. Here this afternoon, just the one race remaining, and that is for Senior Max immediately at the conclusion of this, the Junior Podium presentation. Firstly, the race, and then for the championship, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series, round 2 here at VITERBO 2025. Drivers just making their way up to the podium here. The first weekend of spring, the second round of the Winter Series. Don't forget, Pro-Kart Raceland Wackersdorf in Germany, April 27 for the first round of the Euro Series. The podium for round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series in Junior Max. Third place for Dan Holland Racing from Georgia, Mate Kopekidze. A fabulous pass on the very last lap to take P2 on the Netherlands for SP Motorsport, Max Sadurski. From pole position from the land of the rising sun for Dan Holland Racing, the winner of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series Round 2 here at VITERBO, Shun Sekaguchi. And representing the winning team, Dan Holland Racing, Russell Carter. Third place to the Georgian, Mate Kopekidze. Second place van the Netherlands, Max Sadurski. And the winner of round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series in Junior Max from Japan for Dan Holland Racing, Shun Sekaguchi. And Russell Carter representing the winning team, Dan Holland Racing. The national anthem of Japan. The podium for round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series in Junior Max. Third place from Georgia, Mate Kopekidze, also the fastest qualifier. Second place with that last lap pass, Max Sadurski. And the winner from Japan, Shun Sekaguchi. Thank you, Mate. Dankjewel, Max. And thank you to Shun. The race podium. And in just a moment, we'll move on to the championship as well for Junior Max. Shun, Kai, and Harry to stand on the podium for the championship in Junior Max. The first round at Cremona on February 16. And the second round here today, north of the Italian capital. This is Leopard International Circuit, VITERBO, the Junior Max race. And we're just about ready to proceed with the championship podium here this afternoon. Junior Max. The Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series. In third place from Japan, today's race winner, Shun Sekaguchi. Heartbreak, but a brilliant drive regardless to finish as vice champion, Kai Clark. And ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series Junior Max champion, Harry Freeman. Third place in the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series Junior Max from Japan, Shun Sekaguchi. Second place from the United Kingdom, Kai Clark. Also from the United Kingdom, Team KR Sport, the new champion, Harry Freeman. Third place in the championship to Shun Sekaguchi, winning free entry to the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans in France in July. The vice champion, Kai Clark, winning free entry to the first 2 rounds of the Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy. Harry Freeman, the new champion, winning entry to all 4 rounds of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy. Congratulations to Shun Sekaguchi, 3rd place, Kai Clark, 2nd and vice champion, and the new champion, the Winter Series 2025 in Junior Max from the United Kingdom, Harry Freeman. Stay with us on WSK.IT and Motorsport TV live here at VITERBO. Final race of the afternoon. This will be a cracking affair, the Senior Max Final. Back here this afternoon, the wind really picking up, but fortunately it is not blowing any rain in. We will race on a dry circuit here this afternoon for what promises to be the highlight of the weekend. As you can see on your screen, the senior final over 18 laps. Brilliant racing all weekend. Sean Butcher will start on pole position. He is the championship leader. Before we do race, let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at VITERBO. Appropriately enough, it has been a very wintry weekend, the Winter Series, but you can see beautiful blue sunshine, blue skies I should say, and glorious springtime sunshine, the second week or the first week of spring to decide the Winter Series for 2025. This promises to be a cracking race over 18 laps, 36 Senior Max karts on the grid. The original Rotax Max category, first ever grand finals, the year 2000, 1/4 of a century ago. Just 60 karts on the grid in Puerto Rico. And wow, it has gone on to become the biggest kart racing event in the world. The Rotax Max Grand Finals, which are back in the Middle East in Bahrain at the end of 2025. That's at the tail end of the 2025 season, which incidentally is the 20th anniversary season of WSK promotion. This is the start, the second European International Championship race. Rotax Max Senior, the first round at Cremona, and the second here at VITERBO, the Senior Max Final to decide the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series. So the mechanics leaving the circuit. We'll take a look at the karts in just a moment. There is Sean to the left of your screen, the Australian for the team from Silverstone, KR Sport, Sebastian Hedin, Alexander Dalberg Motorsport. Outside front row of the grid, great work all weekend by the AD Motorsport team from Sweden. New mechanic for Sebastian this weekend, Harrison Thomas, who as a driver won the British Championships and also finished 5th in Portimao in juniors in the Rotax Grand Finals back in 2015, normally working with Stefan Martseppen in 60 Mini and WSK. His driver sets off to start on the front row of the grid alongside the Australian Sean Butcher for KR Sport, who finished P2 at the first round of the championship in Cremona. This is the grid for the Senior Max Final. Butcher to start on pole position. Sebastian for AD Motorsport out of grid 2. Lizzie Mantier, for many people the favourite this weekend. She has been lightning quick. She took pole position in the rain in Friday qualifying N1-2 heats. Starts along 333, Jort van Wijk. Cameron Nelson, the Welshman. Tino Seidler from Switzerland. Kai Hunter on the podium at Cremona. The British champion out of 7 alongside Kai Veach. Nud Nielsen and Elia Galvanin, who was super quick this morning, the Italian in the Birolat out of 10. Charlie Smith, the American with victories in the United States Pro Kart Series in the past. Strawberry Racing out of 11. Lattinen, Tom Stadell, just out of juniors. Thies van Wijk, Luca Schlegel for Craft Motorsport. To Marco Cortopassi, Max Bostrom, Archie Walker, Matthias Kellerup and Matteo Moncrone for NKC Motorsport. Joel Pierre, Lloyd Hare, Jim Bach from the Netherlands, his countryman alongside as Van der Pavart, and then Ralph Summers, who started his career in the Saudi World Series. Laurent Legault, Denny Shields from the Emirates, Martin Lichtner for Craft Motorsport, Lorenzo Giaquinto down in P29, alongside the Estonian Fernando Paimrea. The two Canadians, Antoine Lemieux, Arnaud Sabaran, the Montreal Cup champion, Miles Roby, watch him off the start. The Belarusian from the Emirates, Ryan K. Roots, Andrea Remy, and Bastian Ottensummer for the KSB Racing Team out of grid 36. Andrea Remy, vice-Italian champion, to come from the very back row of the grid alongside Bastian, 330 the Cosmic for the KSB Racing Team from Austria. We look south, beautiful blue skies, towards what was once the centre of the known civilised world, the centre of the Roman Empire. We're about an hour's north of the Italian capital, and it's the Queenslander, the Australian Englishman, Sean Butcher, on pole position for the team. From the Silverstone Formula One Grand Prix circuit, KR Sport, Sebastian Hedin to the right of your screen for Alexander Dalberg Motorsport, out of grid 2. Stand by, this promises to be a cracking race, the Senior Max Final. Lizzie, inside second row, pushes Sean up to the line. Dan Holland Racing lock out the second row of the grid. Mentier and Jort van Wijk. An hour's drive north of the eternal city of Rome. We welcome you to Viterbo, the Senior Max Final. We race. Sebastian Hedin misses the start. The Swede tried to take the lead. Now hangs on the outside. He's back to third, back to fourth. And it's Sean Butcher who leads the way for KR Sport. Crash at the top of the field, claims 3 karts into the grass. We'll pick up those for you in a moment. It is Butcher who leads down the hill for the first time. It was Nud Nielsen and Kai Veach coming together. 2 drivers starting inside the top 10. They have rejoined, but they're way down at the bottom of the pack. In fact, now Nud Nielsen has pulled out. His race is over after just 300 metres. The Dane is out. Butcher with the race lead. Lizzie Mantier has been lightning quick, consistently the fastest driver here this weekend. She battled with Butcher in pre-final A this morning. Ultimately, it was the KR Sport driver who took the victory. Lizzie not launching an attack. P2 was enough for her to start grid 3. And she now runs in second place at the end of the first lap. Sean Butcher leads. He leads the championship as well. Sebastian Hedin back in 4th place. There's the Alexander Dalberg Motorsport car, the Energy Kinetic. OTK karts running 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Sebastian has been super quick. Did not get a good start, but he's already closing in on the back of the Welshman, Cameron Nelson. Sean Butcher, how experienced is the Australian? Multiple European champion, BNL champion, British champion. He knows the attack's coming and just drifted and put the 357 Cosmic kart in the middle of the 10-metre wide Viterbo circuit. Nelson on the inside of his teammate. Cameron goes on through. Nicely done by Nelson. Lizzie Mantier back to fourth. Third, it may well be fourth because here comes Sebastian. The energy kinetic working nicely. You saw the inside rear skipping off the deck. He's got grip, he's got speed, he dives down the inside. Sebastian sends it, loses the place to Tino Seidler on the exit, now holds him off. Sebastian, it was a messy pass, but he's gone on through as Seidler from Switzerland, almost in the grass. Nelson, now in second place. He looks behind to see where everybody's gone. Sean Butcher, how cool is the Queenslander? He holds the race lead, does not flinch as Tino Seidler almost goes rallycross. Here comes Kai Hunter in the CS55 cut, has muscled his way on through. Hunter, who finished on the podium P3 at Cremona, is about to come across the line in P5. Head of Elia Galvanin, up into 7th in the Birulat is the Italian. It's the Australian from the Welshman. The Swede in 3rd. Lizzie Mantier, the first driver from the Kings England. She needs to do something quick. She has been lightning quick, Lizzie Mantier. She leads that group of 3 as they come down the hill from turn 9. This is lap 4 of 18. Approaching 1/4 race distance. Sebastian says, go girl, go. She looks behind. Hedin getting frustrated. Sebastian, who spent the best part of the last half decade also racing in KZ2, trying to get up onto the podium and get in touch with the Australian and the Welshman, who go 1-2 here in the here in Italy, north of the Italian capital. Lizzie defends. Seidler tries to send it on Sebastian. Dives down the inside, superb. Tino Seidler goes on through, P4 for Strawberry Racing. Butcher, unintimidatable at the moment. Finished P2 to Macaulay Bishop at the first round of the championship at Cremona. Kai Hunter was 3rd that day. Sebastian Hedin, he was P5. Behind Archie Walker, who's down in 16th position. Elia Galvin with a 55 dead is the fastest driver on the circuit. Red and white Birulat in the background. Head of Jort van Veit, Tom Stell, Luca Schlegel, Ties van Veit, Gianmarco Cortopassi, Kellyup, Bostrom, Lattinen and Archie Walker. As it stands, the championship is Butcher on 321 points, Kai Hunter 2nd on 292, and Sebastian Hedin 3rd, although tied with Hunter on 292 points. Confirmation to the bottom right of your screen. That will certainly change as we go into the 2nd third of this race. 18 laps here at Viterbo. 1.3 kilometres. And for our viewers watching on live in the United Kingdom, the United States, 4/5 of 1 mile, 1 lap of this remarkably undulating, magnificently prepared Leopard International Circuit. The 270-degree banked velodrome type carousel corner, the triple right-hander. Nelson just shadowing the back of Butcher. Last time round, 0.266. Nelson slides wide. Mantier back in 3rd place, trying to break clear of Tino Seidler, and she's done so. Half a second between Lizzie from England and Tino from Switzerland. 54.9 though. That confirms to you how quick she's been all weekend in all conditions. Took pole position on Friday with a time of 67.381 in the pouring rain. 1-2 heats yesterday on a dry but still greasy circuit. And now she's fastest on track in P3. She's 1.5 seconds behind her teammate from Wales, Cameron Nelson. Seidler, Hedin, Galvanin, Kai Hunter back in 7th. Sebastian Hedin moves into 2nd in the series, 292 points to Hunter and Seidler, tied on 291. Ferocious racing further back in the pack. Strel, Kellyup, Bostrom, Lattinen, Walker, Charlie Smith, the American from Montrone. Stammers, Shields rounds out the 10, out the 20, does Denny from the Emirates. The gap out to almost 4/10 of a second now. Sean Butcher, we saw this in the pre-final. They were all over the back of the KR Sport driver early on. He just built up momentum, built up speed. The KR Sport Cosmic Car does not put a Mojo tyre out of place into the carousel. Approaching half race distance, the Senior Max Final, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series Round 2 of 2 for 2025. Sebastian, Elliot Galvanin goes through, then it's Hunter, Schlegel, Jort van Wijk ahead of his brother Ties van Wijk, who rounds out the 10, ahead of Gianmarco Cortopassi. Strel in the background, defending from Matthias Gellerup, Lattinen and Max Bostrom. The gap stays 0.3 of a second between Butcher and Nelson. Throws it into the corner. The Mojo rubber starting to be painted onto this circuit here, building up grip. Just drifting airborne over the ripple strip with that perfect line, both Butcher and Nelson, both in OTK karts. Rear track out to 1400, despite the track being relatively green in rubber terms. Third bearing on virtually everybody's kart out. There's only one or two, I won't tell you which, for fear of being shot at the end of the race, who has not got the third bearing in, but it's one of the drivers on your screen right now who is fighting for the title. Everyone else, 1400. Fair degree of caster. Very low tyre pressures. And yes, most of them with the third bearing out, as Lizzie Mentier with a 54.923 again goes fastest. She is the only driver under the 55-second bracket. She's in P3, she's pulled away comfortably from Seidler. And Sebastian Hedin, Galvanin in P6, ahead of Kai Hunter, who's still third just in the championship. Seidler going through. Head of Hedin, Alexander Dalberg Motorsport. That was Tom Strel. Head of Matthias Gellerup, Lattinen, Charlie Smith in P15. The American-Slovakian. Gianmarco Cortopassi for NKC Motorsport, just outside the top 10. 54.8 for Lizzie Mentier. She is flying. She's almost 0.2 of a second faster than the race leaders, and she's catching them. The girl from England on the back of Cameron Nelson from Wales, and the Australian in P1, Sean Butcher for KR Sport. Dan Holland Racing second and third. Lizzie Mentier is lighting up the timing screens. 55.1 last time for Sean Butcher. 54.8 for Lizzie Mentier. There she is, the former Alpine F1 Junior Academy driver. Well, will the Renault-backed team rue their decision to drop her from their program? She has been lightning quick all weekend. Lizzie Mentier currently on the podium. She's fastest on the circuit by almost 0.2 of a second. She's catching up to her Welsh teammate. It's the Australian Englishman, Sean Butcher in P1, the multiple European champion. Drifts it over the ripple strip. Lizzie just smashes those curves. The highest part of the circuit, the run down out of turn 9 into the best passing opportunity on this 1.3 kilometre Leopard International VITERBO circuit. The gap 0.8 of a second between Nelson and Mentier. Cameron still glued time-wise to the back of Butcher. That gap 0.39. It has barely moved. Cameron looks behind, back to Lizzie. Sean leads. 0.36 now between Butcher and Cameron Nelson. The sun shining here north of the Italian capital, just a few miles from the portside city of Civitavecchia on the Mediterranean Sea. The first weekend of spring, the second round of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series for 2025. Aggression further back in the pack. It looked like Charlie Smith, the big don't argue, on the Latvian Tom Strel, who finished second in the corresponding Winter Cup in the south of Spain in the pouring rain in Campillos in Junior Max in 2024. Charlie now up in a P12. As you can see to the bottom right of your screen, Butcher would take the title. There's Galvin on the back of Hedin, Hunter, Lucas Schlegel, Ties van Wijk, and Gianmarco Cortopassi, MKC Motorsport in P10. Four laps remaining for Mentia and Nelson to launch an attack on the KR Sport driver, who has not put a Mojo tyre out of place all day, including in the pre-final this morning, in which he took victory. The gap 0.3, it has not moved. 4 laps remaining after this. Sean Butcher, perfect steering wheel input out of the carousel, the triple right. There's Mentia. Seidler, Hedin, Galvin, Schlegel, Kai Hunter, and Ties van Wijk. 54.9 again from Lizzie Mentia. The gap is down to 0.7 of a second to her teammate, but she's running out of time, as is Nelson, to launch an attack on the KR Sport driver, Sean Butcher. Sebastian Hedin, unlikely to make the podium here this afternoon. Certainly race-wise, but may well finish as vice-champion, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series. As we look to the Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy at Wackersdorf Pro Kart Raceland on April 27. Title that Sean Butcher has won on numerous occasions. And he's looking to go to Germany, to Bavaria, as the Winter Series champion. Lizzie Mentia loses 1/10 of a second that time. She has driven brilliantly all weekend, but unlikely to stand on the top step of the podium. There she is, P3. Seidler, Hedin, and Elia Galvin. Two laps remaining at the end of this one. The gap has not moved, 0.38 of a second. The infield into the carousel, this magnificent corner. Slightly banked 8 to 9 degrees, 270 degrees coming back on itself. And then the triple right coming onto the start-finish straight here at VITERBO. Butcher to take the title, 321 points to Sebastian Hedin on 292. Tino Seidler, 291, and Kai Hunter, 290. Kai Hunter, who finished P3 in the first round of the championship, multiple European BNL champion. Kai Hunter Motorsport, the team from Warden Law, Sunderland, the very northeast of England. He'll miss the podium today, and it looks as though he'll miss P3 in the title chase by just a single point. It's not over yet, though. Still a lap remaining at the end of this one. Into the carousel. Butcher, Nelson, and Lizzie Mentia. Last lap this time round. Last attempt for the Dan Holland Racing duo to launch an attack, and the gap comes down now to 0.2 of a second. Is it too little too late for the Welshman on the back of the Australian? Butcher just clips the ripple strip into turn 5. This is the last lap of the weekend here at Leopard International Circuit, VITERBO. Mentia trying to drag herself into this battle. She's P3, she's too far back. They throw it over the ripple strip up into turn 9, down the hill for the final time this weekend here north of the Italian capital. The gap, 0.27 of a second now. The best passing opportunity on the circuit, but Nelson's too far back. Into the carousel for the final time. Surely he won't lose it from here. And the team from the Formula One Grand Prix circuit of Silverstone, with their Australian-English driver, Sean Butcher, takes the checkered flag to win here at VITERBO. And with that, he is the Winter Series champion. Nelson crosses the line second, Mentia third. Sebastian Hedin behind Tino Seidler in 5th place. The Swede finishes as vice champion, 1 point clear ahead of Kai Hunter, who finishes third in the Winter Series. Sean Butcher, dominant here today, winning the pre-final this morning and winning the final as Miles Roby crosses the line as the final finisher in 33rd place. Sean Butcher is the champion, 321 points. Sebastian second on 292. And Kai Hunter tied with Tino Seidler, but wins third place in the series on countback on 291 points. The highlights of the Senior Max final, Sean Butcher took the lead as we lost at the top of the hill Martin Lickner and Lud Nielsen. After just a few hundred metres, the Dane retiring. Tino Seidler with a superb move on Sebastian Hedin to go down into turn one, into P4. Kai Hunter then fighting with the Swiss driver. And then Sebastian Hedin trying to take back that position. Sean Butcher, untouchable here today. He wins pre-final A and he wins the final. Sean Butcher is the Rotax Max Senior Champion. Butcher from Nelson, Lizimentier in third. Tino Seidler, Sebastian Hedin, fifth place here today, but second in the series. Ahead of Elia Galvin, in great performance from Elia. Ahead of Kai Hunter, who finishes third in the series, tied with Tino Seidler on 291 points. Sean Butcher, the Union Jack may be next to his name, but the Australian has won the Winter Series Rotax Max Challenge here at VITERBO. Don't forget, from here we go to Procard Wackersdorf Raceland, April the 27th, for the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. The 4 circuits for this year: Trinek, the Steel Ring in the Czech Republic, Kartinggank in Belgium, and Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as Sano, the first week of September. The Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series has been run and won here at this magnificent VITERBO circuit. As we look south towards the Italian capital of Rome, it is Sean Butcher who wins the race, and the KR Sport driver is the champion. He'll stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment. Stay with us. Presentation live from VITERBO in just a moment. Drivers making their way up to the podium. We're getting word from race control that as they cross the line, it may not be as they stand on the podium. We wait for official confirmation from race control. Sean Butcher with a perfect drive to win round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series and take the title for 2025. Don't forget, from here we go to beautiful Bavaria, Procard Raceland Wackersdorf for round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. The Steel Ring in Trinec in the Czech Republic, Karting Genk in Belgium, and then Circuito Internazionale Napoli, simply known as Sano, for the 4th round of the series. Sean making his way up to the podium. There may be the Union Jack displayed on the podium, but he is proudly Australian. That brought a smile to Sean's face. I'm sure his father Glenn watching on, equally as proud as well. Has got a new suit. His old suit did have the Australian flag. Sean, mate, we have to change that. Lizzie Mentier also making her way up to the podium. She's driven brilliantly all weekend, as has Cameron Nelson. So firstly, the race podium, and then the championship, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series for 2025. KR Sport taking victory. It is the KR Sport and Dan Holland Racing teams dominating the podium in Rotax Max Challenge, the Winter Series for Senior Max. So the race podium presentation and then the championship. The final podium of the afternoon, Senior Max, round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series here at Viterbo. A brilliant performance in 3rd place after taking pole position on Friday all weekend from England for the Dan Holland Racing team. P3, Lizzie Mentier. P2 here this afternoon, another brilliant performance also for Dan Holland Racing from Wales, Cameron Nelson. Under immense pressure from the outset, as he was in the pre-final this morning, did not flinch, and he takes victory in round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series here at Viterbo. The Australian Englishman for KR Sport winning here at Viterbo, Sean Butcher. And representing the winning team, KR Sport, Martin Smithers. Third place in Senior Max from England for Dan Holland Racing, Lizzie Mentier. Second place, also from the United Kingdom, Cameron Nelson. The winner of round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series in Senior Max for KR Sport, the Australian Englishman, Sean Butcher. And Martin Smithers representing the winning team, KR Sport. The national anthem of the United Kingdom. The podium for round 2, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series in Senior Max. Third place, Lizzie Mentier. Second place, Cameron Nelson. And the winner here at Viterbo, Sean Butcher. Thank you to Lizzie, Cameron and Sean. And also to Martin. That is the race podium, and we'll now move on with the championship, Senior Max, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series over 2 rounds, February 16 at Cremona, and here today at VITERBO, north of Rome. The Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series, the championship in Senior Max. In third place for Strawberry Racing from Switzerland, Tino Seidler. Second place for Alexander Dalberg Motorsport from Sverige, Sebastian Hedin. And welcome back to the top step of the podium, the new Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series champion for KR Sport, Sean Butcher. Third place in the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series in Senior Max for Strawberry Racing from Switzerland, Tino Seidler. Second place from Sweden for Alexander Dalberg Motorsport in the energy kart, Sebastian Hedin. For KR Sport, he claims yet another Rotax title. The Max Challenge Winter Series champion for 2025, Sean Butcher. Third place in the championship, Tino Seidler, also winning entry to the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans in France in July. Sebastian Hedin, second in the series, winning entry for the first 2 races of the Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy. He's already won the Rotax Max Challenge European Trophy, and he'll aim to do it again in 2025. Winning entry for all 4 rounds, Sean Butcher. So that wraps up a brilliant weekend here at Leopard International Circuit of VITERBO, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Series Trophy. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage here at Leopard International Circuit VITERBO. The Winter Series, don't forget, from here we go to Pro-Kart Wackersdorf Raceland in Germany on April 20th. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage on behalf of everyone at this fabulous circuit, Leopard International Circuit VITERBO, and everyone at WSK Promotion. We hope to see you at Wackersdorf Pro-Kart Raceland for the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy on April 27. But from everybody here at VITERBO, we say arrivederci. We'll see you at Wackersdorf.